My dad, who ran the family-owned retail company, was basing a lot of his decision on his stomach, so to say, here in Germany, on his experience. And I'm also see me as an expert, but you know, also, if you ask 5 experts for a special question, maybe you get 6 answers. So this is the reason I'm so convinced in our technology. This last one is a big furniture retailer, international, who is doing this right now. So they have students going behind customers and having a pencil on the floor plan and draw what's happening, where it turns. It's happening nowadays. We are working with them now, but are not allowed to show the cases. We have a little table over there. Later on, maybe in a private room, I can give you some hints on that. So, as I told you, I'm an economic guy. I try to explain our technology in a very easy way. So the big difference, what we heard before, from this app-based, we have our own devices. I just brought something with me. This is a little one. To be honest, it's some kind of router. This is not the big issue. But with help of these lovely devices, we can figure out the antenna signals of mobile, even Google Glasses or whatever you like. So every device which are connected to the signals we can count. And everything means literally everything. So the big issue is we don't need a MAC address or IP address. You don't even have to log in or whatever. We can collect every signal which is sent out by smartphone. So we have a very high coverage. To be honest, everyone with a smartphone can be covered by us. I can show you. So a lot of very young people, but trust me, with the discussion of my also youngest daughter, she is 6 now, it's getting much more important for them also to get one smartphone. And the most problem is, to be honest, the guys or people who are traveling 2 or 3 smartphones than one. It's more the effort we have to deal with. But this is possible also. And the big one, the Greek guys invited AI software that makes sense out of this data. So to say, we can now track where smartphones or other devices are moving in a bigger area around. Very detailed, very high accuracy, and a higher coverage. And this is a big difference maybe to other solutions like apps and stuff like that, or LiDAR and stuff like that. But I think in the combination lies a big key what we can do. So this is the technology. And I promised Carsten to explain a little bit our brand, Ariadne. So maybe one or two of you are very interested in Greek story and mythology, because Ariadne was the girl who had woven the red thread to help Theseus after he was killing Minotaurus in the labyrinth, to get out of the labyrinth. So if you are looking in Wikipedia, don't look too far, but because at the end Ariadne had not the best end on some of the Greek islands, so this is not part of the storytelling of our brand, just the first stuff, yeah? You get the point. So, but of course Greek, and this is all the reason. And I love this storytelling, to be honest. Yeah, but let's go on and have a more closer look. The big USP of this technology is, on the one hand, this is our data, our devices, and on the other hand, it's anonymous data. So we don't get any permission allowance to use these signals because they're passive. And we can scan. Even some of the phones, if they're switched off, they pass some signals, not in the higher number, but we can also measure them. And then our little routers, which is installed indoor, shopping centers or retailers, as I told you, but later on the example in the lovely city of Traunstein also, can track the signals. And the AI, which is protected and patented, it's possible to analyze the way they're walking, the dwell time, so what kind of stores were visited, what areas of product are visited, how long they stay, and this is a big, big effort and total game changer to understand this. And it's very low cost, so this is also an important part. So and we placing in an area a lot of these devices. As I told you, shopping centers, retailers, even outdoor. Airports also, and then we can track this big area on a very detailed level. So just a short overview, and then I will try. This takes a lot of time to go in live later on the example of Traunstein, because I'm honest, I'm not allowed to show so many shopping centers customers and retail customers. So, and I'm loving to show it in a German Bavarian city. So this is a very easy one. Flow, where people are moving around in a big area. This is a furniture store I'm allowed to use. So simple one. The next one is the monitoring. Also nothing big new, but the base for a lot, even for location-based questions and stuff like that. We know how many people by hour, by day, integrating the weather and all this is very interesting. And to predictive modeling, a very, very interesting effort. I know we are here at the airport. Believe me, you can not only say how many people are in the security line, we can say even in 10 minutes will be a lot of people there. I mean, in the moment it's happening nothing because you don't have the employees to make more queues and stuff like that, but so there are a lot of possibilities. Next one, of course, is integration of data. Think of conversion rate by area of interest, conversion rate by day, what's changing, very interesting impact for retailers and special. Also for shopping centers, if you combine a lot of data with this effort. Next one, which is very interesting, it's flow optimization. Everybody of you know cross sales. We can provide you with cross visitation. Not only saying what products are brought together, but also which product were visited together. And this is very interesting from cross-sales, This is one of our co-founder, Nikos, the CTO of Ariadne, and he's showing, to be honest, in the university building, the indoor navigation. Now we are leaving the anonymity, so you have to opt in somehow, and then our devices can also communicate with your device, with SMS, directly with browser, or even integrated in your app, whatever you like. And this is the indoor thing, which is very interesting. And my vision, to be honest, and I have a lot of visions, is to provide like Amazon. You know this Amazon feature, people looking at this product, also interested in this. And if you can do this in a shopping center or even in a big department store. People looking in this trouser area, also interested in this, and then, oh, bring me to this point. This is the idea of this. And the next one, I mean, we are talking about location-based marketing, is the opt-in. So we need an allowance from the customer from this point, so that we know the person, and then we can connect to CRM and whatever is possible. Again, a vision, so we can say for a retailer, last week the man or woman visited our online site and searching for red trousers, and in the moment he's entering one of our stores, we can send a push notification saying, okay, you know, the red trousers are in our stock and you get a 10% discount, whatever possible. And even we can collect, if connecting the data, next week the person is buying this in the online store, and this is a very interesting effort. Not only for retail, but also for shopping center providers, revenue rent is not the future, but frequency rent may be very interesting, even for airport, to understand how many people of some kind of target group are in front of my store, because the rest is up to the retailer, how to get the people in the store. Yeah, at least a little example I was choosing is staff scheduling, because of prediction and the understanding. We can easily optimize the staff scheduling. I mean, literally in the moment in Germany, a big effort, and for future, and I think over the world and Europe for special, this is a very big way. Also for the airport use case, I recently told you, this is the big one. But yeah, I told you, it was a pleasure, or is a pleasure for me to bring in this example of Traunstein here, and it's part of a bigger project we're dealing in Germany. Because of our GDPR possibilities or compliances, we are allowed now to roll out our technology in the public area of German cities. This are the one I'm allowed to speak about. So on the left side you see where we already started, and on the right side, which is literally in the planning, the next couple of weeks. And this is because it's a different approach. We ask the German GDPR authorities before we start our projects. It's not normal. A lot of you guys are dealing maybe with GDPR problems, and because we get our money from the government in Germany, we are pushed to ask the GDPR authorities before, and we get the green line. Recently I was in Barcelona on the Smart City Congress, and some guy from America told me, "Oh guy, this is gold standard if you are allowed to use your technology in the German public area." So, you know, talking about marketing again, it's not the worst effort we have in the moment. Yeah, and this is getting really huge because, and you remember what Carsten said in the morning, Europe is under pressure, and to be honest, cities are under pressure, retail location is under pressure. And in the moment we have a strong political will, not only in Germany but also in Europe, to deal with these questions with the help of digitalization and stuff like that. And I hope, I'm pretty sure that we can be a part of this, saving our city structures and stuff like that. And this is a big effort I want to show on a little example of Traunstein. So, Hans-Peter, it's your stage now. He will tell you a little bit of our project, and later on I'll try to have a short view with you together live in the dashboard. Yeah.
Hello everybody, my name is Hans-Peter Weiß. I'm from Traunstein, a large district town in Bavaria, the heart of the Chiemgau region. You're in Germany here. Actually, you're in Bavaria, and one of the most beautiful parts we are living and working in, so other people have their holidays here. Some numbers in the beginning. Our population is between 22 and 23,000 people. We have about 35,000 overnight stays. The most interesting thing is that we have 12 to 16,000 commuters per day. The purchasing power is 108%, centrality is 247, and approximately 480 shops and department stores are in our city. The first phase of our project started in July of 22. We started measuring at the same date it was a testing project for 2 months, and we had 15 devices by Ariadne. The measuring area was approximately 25,000 square meters. The second day we had an Italian night. It's a city event, and the local newspaper wrote about 5,000 people visited this. The interesting part, it's just a feeling. Newspapers should know what they write, but we counted about 12,000 visitors, so that's the difference between facts and feelings. Based on this first phase, we started phase 2. The measuring areas was expanded to 125,000 square meters. We started in December 22. The plan is to do it for 3 years because then we can compare data, and we also have historic data within this 3 years. The number of units is 61. You can read we have 60. We have 5 more in between, and funding is done by the federal program ZIZ.
So maybe you explain a little bit. I try to go live with this because I think it's more interesting to show this. So
the first question was, like online dealers do, how do visitors use our city? So the first question is the frequencies and length of stay per area or per shop.
I'm afraid I need your Apple help. Where to come into the browser?
That's the live thing.
The browser we opened recently. Oh yeah. Yeah, please. Okay. So thank you very much. So just step in. So as I told you, this is our new developed or under development dashboard. So but you have a hand to, and you are giving more details if needed. So you have a roughly overview about what's possible here. Some visitors, and even we can provide live data, show what is happening on the marketplace right now. I just scroll through so you get an idea. I mean, you know some dashboards. So visitors per day, visitors per hour, and I'm telling about also unique visitors, but also visitors who come quite often, which is very important in a city thing. And I want to show you this. So you see it in detail from here. We can even go some more zoomed in. And the interesting part, and you can compare to shopping centers also. I mean, shopping centers is not that much different. Mostly they have a roof above. But we can, so you must understand our devices are installed in street lamps over the marketplace here and also on the main streets. But we can also look inside the stores. We can say how many people turn in the stores, how long they stay. So this is a very, very interesting point. I mean, Hans-Peter is responsible for city marketing, and we have a lot of points and knowledge now to understand what's happening in the city, why people go in the city, where they go, how long they stay. And in the next, we try to run out, we are a little running out of time, is to add this in a location-based audience, so that we can also send push Nachrichten after push messages after opt-in and stuff like that. So this is a little bit the vision we are working now on in the days, and this is a very interesting thing. And I want to show you something more. Hopefully it's running.
It's really precious data to understand which trails people use, where do they park. Our city is on a hill. They park downstairs and have to use 5 stairs up to go to the shops. And it's very interesting to see where do they park, which trail do they use, and how long they stay. Do they just visit shops, or do they also have meals in the city and all that stuff? And
to be honest, I want to show you this is only a part of the city, and we can show the flow. Hans-Peter mentioned this is a big parking slot where special tourists are parking, and then how they go in the cities. There are not so many possibilities, a very special city environment. But now, Ashif, as I told, you have the idea where the big is coming from, and we are now say, okay, Traunstein is very interesting for me as a retailer, and then we can say, okay, what kind of street is very interesting in terms of time, in terms of that. And this is a very interesting effort also for real estate development, retail expansion, right, because a deep understanding of what's happening, and this is a big goal to save cities and the environment, to understand what can be better, what can be optimization. And another little point, but we have to look on the clock. Some guy from Austria here. We are planning this year a project with the Austrian public transportation, because this is also working very fine to understand where people going in the buses, going out, how long they stay in station, which is how they are connected. And even in Traunstein we also have the street to the station to understand what's happening, who is coming in the station, who they are going to, where they are going to and stuff like that. So I think this is the big effort, to understand, to have the knowledge, but then to use this knowledge to make optimization, and even at least to contact and use this for location-based marketing efforts to show some real value on this. And everything is starting with this nearly 96% coverage of all people we can track in this area, and then from this base, and this is a very huge base of understanding, we can go on and go in deeper and understand, and even at the end react with the people we are tracking to. So if you want some more details, because I'm running out of time and I promise not to be as long, we are in the table over right, so if you want a deeper look, feel welcome. Thanks for your patience and your audience. Thanks.
All right. Mike? Yeah, it's good. So maybe it's working, we don't know. So great insights. Now we know a bit more how we can use data, what's possible right now. And as I promised you this morning, I will just jump into the conversation of the Metaverse. Yeah, again. And actually, I'm super happy to have Christian Gleich with me. He flew in from Dubai yesterday. Is that right? True. Okay, perfect. And he will give us now insights about how Metaverse can be a part of the retail environment and what the future of retail can be like. He's also an author of the handbook. Is that the handbook for the Metaverse? Sort of, exactly. And so I'm super happy to have you here. Christian Gleich, warm welcome.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much. Yeah, talking about the new book, like make it a sales presentation here. Not. That's a new book. It's gonna come out April 25th. And it's not one of those very many Metaverse marketing books that you can find, where Metaverse is very cool and very positive all the way. But it's more like a playbook for professionals to see in your industry what you could do with it. So we covered 25 industries. Basically half of the book is only about like real use cases, because so many people were asking us, how does that work? What's the Metaverse for? Can I use it? Is there some revenue in it? Yes, there is, and that's what's in the book. Why, when, how, and wow? That's basically like those questions are the questions that are mostly asked to us. Colin Kroom and I, who's my co-author, and yeah, it's a super interesting topic, and I want to jump right in. Where's the clicker going? It's not. You just put it in here, yeah. Maybe. Where are we? Are we somewhere? No, we're not. So, let's see. Does it click? It does not click. No worries. So, just a short intro about myself, very short. So here we are. I'm the international ambassador to the European Blockchain Association, which is the association that also helped set up the Liechtenstein framework for blockchain policies, or a large policymaker there, and we helped set that up. That's sort of like my non-profit hat. The profit hat I'm wearing is to be the Chief Strategy Officer and Futurist of One Big Wave, where we're consulting other companies, large companies that I mostly cannot name, about their Metaverse strategy, how to do it, and where to go, which platform, and so on. I'm a member of the board of the Metaverse Education Council, because we can all not complain that people do not have the knowledge about the Metaverse if we don't give the education to people, and also make the Metaverse a safe place for especially children. That's part of the game for the Metaverse Education Council. I'm also an advisor to the VARA, which is the Virtual Asset Regulatory Authority in Dubai, and they took over a large portion of the regulation from the Liechtenstein framework. So that's the reason why I'm quite frequently in Dubai. And yeah, the Metaverse. We will all see it is gonna be the next internet. Like the internet that we use now is sort of like you can research there and you can see some interesting things and read texts and everything, but it's not really immersive, is it? And the Metaverse will be immersive. That's part of the game, and this is what I'm gonna show you. Do we have a sound as well? Okay. Say it again.
People I work with, I think remote work is here to stay for a lot of people. So we're going to need better tools to work together. Let's take a look at what
Can you turn it up a bit?
Metaverse will be like.
Can you turn up the volume? No, it doesn't.
I think I have to exit out again. And we can.
think they have to turn it up. They have to turn it up? Okay. Just
people I work with, I think remote work is here to stay for a lot of people.
It's bad. That's full up. Black magic is there. It's full. It's full. Yeah.
People I work with, I think remote work is here to stay for a lot of people. So we're going to need
somewhere
better
on
tools
the
to work
speakers.
together.
Whatever.
Let's
I'm
take a
gonna
look
comment the
at what
video.
working in the
I know
metaverse
it
looks
for a fact.
Imagine
So what we see here is
office
basically how the future
still have that sense
most
of
probably will
presence,
look like.
shared physical
So that person
space.
put on their
There's
normal
chance
regular
interactions
glasses,
that
not
make
talking about the
all
bulky VR
accessible from
headsets.
anywhere.
And those glasses that you
Now
see
imagine
basically have all
that
these
you have the
functionalities.
perfect
You have this
headset.
right now
You can actually
already.
do
If you
more
put
than
on
you
VR
can
glasses,
do on
Oculus
the
Pro,
And
you
on
have
top
these
of all that,
see-through
you can keep wearing your favorite
surfaces.
smartphones.
You can basically play around with certain buildings, considering that person is an architect, and basically chat with your colleagues, go into certain remote tools, so to speak. She also wears those glasses, and we have those glasses already. So this is well, not by Apple. They're a bit delayed, but if you take Vuzix, for example, they look more like Oakley's, but still it's regular glasses that you see through, and where you can see all this, and then you can engage with your remote colleagues, or you are going to be remote, they're going to be remote virtually, and that person enters the room and then discusses this as an avatar, as his own avatar, not like these very gaming looking like avatars, but as his own avatar. So this is a collaboration tool, and this will happen in the metaverse. Of course, we're all used to Zoom now, but do we love Zoom? I don't know. Do we love Teams? I even don't know. So, of course, we're used to Zoom. Is it immersive? No, it's just a tool to be able to work remotely. But do you want to work together like in real time and like in real life, like it looks in real life? Yes, we want. Yes, we want to. And this is basically happening in some years from now. Not tomorrow, to be honest, but in some years from now. And we always talk about Web 3. So what we have right now is Web 2, and Web 3 is sort of like the technical basis for the metaverse. The Web 1, I guess all of us sort of like experienced Web 1, I guess. Information economy, it's basically read and explore, very static, it's read only, so you couldn't pretty much engage with it. You all remember maybe those blue links, underscored links that you saw. All the logos you maybe know as well, still. And then Web 2 is basically what we have right now, and people are asking me, like, when is Web 2 finished? When do we start Web 3? There's no hard launch, so it's basically a time where you have Web 2 right now, and Web 2 sometimes leads into Web 3, into the metaverse, but this is the platform economy. Social media came in, a lot more mobile and e-commerce, of course, and it was read and write, and basically engage in communities as well. And then Web 3 sort of began in the year of 2020, and it's more the token economy. I'm not sure if you're used to the token economy. I don't want to dip into this too deep, but of course I'm here for questions afterwards. And there comes blockchain, there comes crypto, cryptocurrency, wallets where you store your cryptocurrency, and also it's more 3D-ish, it's more immersive, and the metaverse pops in, and that's why it's immersive, and it's decentralized. So what we see right now, that like 4 or 5 tech giants own sort of everything. The idea behind decentralized is very idealistic, obviously, but it's put on so many shoulders, so it's more safe, it's more democratic. This is the idea behind the metaverse. And there are new logos that maybe not all of you are aware of, but yeah, you will be, I promise, in the future. A not so short history of the metaverse, because people say like metaverse, we're discussing this for a year now. Why do we have to engage in it? It takes like 30 years, but it's there for much longer. And there was some book written by the guy whose name I just forgot. It's called Snow Crash, and he for the first time mentioned metaverse, the term metaverse, in 1992. And then in the year 2003, maybe some of you played Second Life. Who played Second Life? So that in the very beginning was very bulky, very slow, and then it became more and more over the years, until now it's still live, and it became more like an ecosystem. So you could pay with token, with like a sort of virtual currency, instead of your real money, but you could buy with your real money that virtual money, and then jump into this ecosystem. And funny enough, there were people who were basically haircutters in Second Life, who earned more money in Second Life than in real life, where they were also haircutters. And this sort of like is the beginning to understand this ecosystem where we're going to go with the metaverse. And this is a very funny video, which is not so funny if I comment it. So I'm going to tell you basically the extract about the video. But maybe we do another try if we can hear it? Maybe?
I'm standing here in the Metaverse. It's essentially a bunch of virtual worlds where you can walk around as a digital avatar, talk to other people, play games, and buy and sell things. Now, before you stop watching, I just want to say that I feel the same way as you. What the hell is this? Is it even real? And should we be doing anything about it? Well, it's already getting pretty serious. Right now, people are spending millions in real-life money to reserve digital plots of land, office space and apartments. And huge names like Zaha Hadid Architects and Manchester City Football Club are exploring the possibilities of design in the metaverse. Yes, really.
I love this video. It basically says everything about the metaverse and all the prerequisites that people have. Say like, what is this? Is it real? Do I need this? Do I want to be there? I don't play games. What is this good for? Just to give you a glimpse, this all looks very, very edgy and very pixelish, and it looks like a game basically. And most of the large platforms right now, like Fortnite, whoever of you has kids and they play Fortnite, I guess you have some discussions about Fortnite, maybe about Roblox, and they are all games, but Fortnite right now has on average a monthly active user base. We're not talking about some people who just looked into it and then went away forever. A monthly active user base of 320 million users. So there's quite something behind it. And just to give you a glimpse why that is pretty cool, I don't know if you know the rapper Travis Scott, and he had in 2021 he gave a concert in Fortnite, and they had 12.3 million visitors in this concert. So if you're a concert organizer and you basically fill some larger stadiums with 60, 80, 100,000 audience attendance, that's nice, and you can sell like a lot of tickets for a whole lot of money. But if you have 12.3 million and you charge those people only $1, you even make more money than with a regular concert. And why is this important? Because for the ecosystem there is, sticking to that example with Travis Scott, 12.3 million people have a chance with their real money to buy virtual money or convert it into virtual money, and then basically with that buy clothes for their avatar, buy upgrades for their avatar to be like nearer to Travis Scott. So if you buy in like to an on-stage ticket, to a VIP ticket, to a backstage ticket, you can all do this with this virtual concert as well, and it costs a lot of money, and still people do this. And everybody says like, yeah, but this is like a gaming platform, so people don't have the money, they're too young. They are young, but they have the money. And no matter where the money comes from, sometimes even from the parents, but they can spend it. So that's really impressive, talking about new revenue streams. Does the metaverse include new revenue streams? Yes, definitely. And to jump into it with the platforms I just mentioned, so there are some platforms that are coming from the game industry, like EA. Everybody of you who plays FIFA, for example, knows EA, a game producing studio basically. Minecraft is bought by Microsoft for billions for a certain. These younger generations, and I guess nobody here is under 18. Nobody is. You should engage with this younger generation, with your kids, with your neighbor kids. Ask them what they play, what they're allowed to play. I was just sitting in Dubai in a cafe, and next on the table, to my table, there were like 4 girls of, I would say, the age between 10 and 14, and they were all playing Roblox in the same world at the same time, and basically talking to each other via the phone. Is this crazy? It's totally crazy. I mean, I'm obviously not that age, and I looked at them and I was like, what is going on here? But actually, my opinion doesn't count. It is going on. And it's not the only table in Dubai. It's one of the tables in the entire world where this happens. Do we want this? Well, sort of we want this, but we have to guide the kids in the proper way, to be safe, to not spend too much money, to not get addicted to all this, and so on. But in the end, it's pretty interesting what happens with these platforms, because it's the native platforms, like our native platform was and is maybe Facebook. To them, this is the native platform. And that's why we have to engage with it. Every time we do workshops with large international corporates, we basically include a half-a-day workshop with kids of that age, because they totally tick in a different way. They don't want cars. They don't see cars as a status symbol. They say, well, I can spend my money elsewhere. I just share my car. Why would I have one? Why would I own a garage? I don't need to. Am I a digital? Well, they are not yet. But am I a digital native, and I'm traveling the world to see the world while I'm working? Yes. Ask my parents if they love this concept. They hate it. So it's a different generation that we really have to dip into, because they will be our next co-employees, our partners in the office or remote, and they will deliver the ideas that we should actually prepare to understand. And talking about the business behind the metaverse, and yes, there is business behind it. Maybe you all know the Gartner Tech hype cycle. And the metaverse is still early, if you see that red box. Web3, which is sort of like the tech package behind metaverse, is pretty mature. And NFTs are even more mature. Who of you knows NFTs? Heard of NFTs? Knows what NFTs can do? That's cool. So NFTs, for the rest of you, are non-fungible tokens, which is a ridiculous term that could only have been invented by a developer, I guess. No marketing person would start a new term with non in the beginning, but that's a different discussion. It's basically digital assets that you can trade, and as it says, it's digital, and you can buy those, can trade those, and so on. So NFTs are sort of like the new overall virtual currency where you can exchange things, like in an exchanging market back in 200, 300, 400 years ago. Citibank estimates the metaverse market until 2030, so that's not far away, to $8 to $13 trillion. That's pretty much. So PwC sees it a bit more pessimistic. They say $5 trillion, which is still a lot. Why? Because everything you can do in this world, you can also do in the metaverse. And just to give you an example, the Prime Minister of Korea, in the summer of last year, of 2022, made blockchain and metaverse the #1 economic priority in South Korea. So for him, and to give this as a prerequisite to everybody, engage in this technology. And South Korea is not like North Korea, if you know what I mean. They're pretty fast forward, and they're pretty matured in everything that comes from tech. Like if you take Samsung and all the cars they produce, so they are there, and they see it as a #1 priority. There are a lot of use cases included in the metaverse that range from smart health to retail to the public sector, and you see those, and I want to engage in some of those use cases for you to see that it is real by now and what is doable there. And we just had a very, very interesting presentation from Ariadne and the city of Traunstein. And when you take the real life, the physical world, and the digital world with this new term called phygital, and you combine those two, then it gets really interesting, because of course you can go to the city of Traunstein and get your new passport there, in the public sector, in the town hall, and get your new passport, which you all do probably. But why not? Maybe because you cannot properly walk, because maybe you're elderly and you cannot go, if you don't even want to go there, but you cannot go to the town hall. You need somebody to do this for you, maybe he does it wrong. But then in the metaverse, you can do all this in the same way. It even looks like a town hall. Talking about the Web 2 now, the internet that we know now, of course you can go and get your passport via the internet. But then you have all the GDPR, then some codes doesn't work, and all the issues that I'm pretty sure that you're all aware of. But in the metaverse, there is security #1 priority, as well as now the internet, but you can basically walk there with your avatar. You could fly there with your avatar because the avatar doesn't necessarily have to walk. It could basically fly. And I always find it interesting when I talk to large corporates and to digital people and digital leaders of those large corporates, and they say, well, I don't know what we should do with the metaverse. It's sort of like, it's such a kids platform, whatever. Well, there is no real metaverse by now. There are platforms. There are games platforms, there are economy platforms, there are B2B platforms, and they all together at some point will form the metaverse. So if we talk about the metaverse today, it's not even there, but it will be there, definitely. And they asked me, like, we have no clue how we should align the metaverse with our business. I was just talking at a conference, and afterwards, the CDO of one of the largest, I think it's even the largest hotel chain in the world, approached me, saying, like, well, this is all nice and clear, and blockchain, NFT, and all the tech behind it, but how should we engage with it? I mean, people want to travel, right? And I was like, sure they want, but what's your highest good? What's the asset that you really love in your business? Is it loyalty programs? Yes, it is, because that's about the people they come back and they want to spend money in your business again, right? But what's a loyalty program of value these days? It's like everywhere. It's like silver, bronze, silver, gold. It's like gold, platinum, you name it, blue, red, green tiers, and it's what does it really deliver? Back in the 60s and the 70s, they were really valuable. So you were basically valued as a customer to come back and spend your money there again. Today, there are loyalty programs. What's the value? Well, I guess that's clear. And you could trigger those loyalty programs into new loyalty programs. It might even be the same word of your loyalty program, maybe loyalty program digital, whatever, and you could include NFTs, for example, and give people real value by means of real money through these programs, loyalty programs today, and it's super easy, and it's even tax-wise, it's totally clear what happens if you do this or that. So why not engage in this? And that's always what I tell the people in workshops. Ask yourself one very, very small questions. What if? Like, what if I would go into the metaverse? What if I want to make more revenue in the metaverse? What if? That triggers so much fantasy, which normally people who are 30 years in the same job do not have anymore. And what if really triggers fast. So that's really cool. And the next day they come to the next workshop day and they go like, I ask myself what if, and I have those questions. And then it's like basically the whole day is answering questions, because those what ifs produce so many cool questions of the corporates. And the metaverse is basically at the crossroads of three developments. It's VR, AR, and MR. MR is mixed reality, so where you mix artificial realities and real realities together. It's also blockchain, Web3, and tokens, so that's the tech part of it. And it's also metaverse platforms, the platforms that I just showed you before. Those three pillars basically make the metaverse. And it's contains of so many elements that you are sort of used to, but if you structure them a bit differently, it is really a cool use case that you make out of the metaverse that produces new revenue streams, additional revenue streams. VR, AR we just had, avatars. You can sell clothing for the avatars. You can transport these avatars to other destinations. Like I just had this use case with a tourism guy from the hotel chain. He was like, yeah, we want to make travel really to that destination instead of like putting on the VR glasses and not go there. But that's not about it. It's about people want to engage in the new destination where they want to go. How does it look like now? Is there a construction site right next to it? Now. How far is it really from the hotel to the beach? And so on. So you can literally see that virtually, and this is what it's good for, and your avatar can help you with it to experience all these things. It's virtual worlds, like those platforms. You can make e-commerce in the metaverse. You can trade, buy, sell, collect digital goods. Crypto and token are the vehicles for that. The digital ownership is mostly clear now and mostly secured now. Not totally, but mostly. And interoperability means that you can buy one NFT or one digital asset in one platform and use it in other platforms as well. So you don't have to buy it over and over, because that is just money spending for nothing. Interoperability, those platforms should engage with each other and partner with each other. That's meant by interoperability. It will change every aspect of our business life. That's what this slide says. Interaction with the clients, our work life, products and service offerings, product distribution, and also company leadership. Like Accenture, globally Accenture has onboarded in 2021, has onboarded 180,000 employees in the metaverse. Because literally everybody was at home, remote, but they had to be onboarded, right? So how do you do this? Well, you can do this via whatever world, via Zoom, but their first working day with Accenture was in the metaverse. So they built something that's called the nth floor, like the infinite floor, so to speak. And it contained like all things that corporates need for policy, for procurement, for all the certificates that you need, for all the security details that you need to start with a company. 120,000 people in 2021. So if somebody tells me Metaverse is not there, it's basically there. And to jump into the use cases, because that's what everybody's interested in, that's a T-verse of Deutsche Telekom. So they built this city in the metaverse. We say in the metaverse, but we mean it in a certain platform. And that platform is, in this case, is called Room. And Deutsche Telekom has built these buildings, and every building contains product categories, basically. So you have B2C, you have B2B. In B2B, of course, you find service in a certain building. In B2C, you find tariffs, you find mobile phones, you find routers in this certain building, and it all adds up. So you can basically go through a guided tour, and be led through the B2C buildings that you want to see, but you can also experience them all by yourself, and it's very neatly done. This happened in fall 22 last year, non-fungible castle. So basically the largest family, the oldest family of the Czech Republic, owns a castle there, and in this castle they have a regular gallery of their artwork, and it's huge and it's very valuable. So what did they do? Like almost half of the artwork they put into digital twins. And what can you do with these digital twins? You can view them in a digital gallery from your home. But if you have a VR goggle, like VR glasses, you can walk into that artwork. And this is ridiculous. If you ever have a chance to do this, do it for your own sake, because it's just mind-blowing. Our brain has no reference how it feels to walk into flat surfaces, because we cannot do this. And when you do this, it really feels like you have 1,000 butterflies in your stomach, or you're in love for the first time or so, because your brain has no reference, and that's why it's like it's totally out of this world. And then you pass through this flat surface, and you walk around, and you go like, this is the painting. That's cool. So the colors are not just like transponded into length, into infinity, but it's a whole new world. Every picture, every artwork is a whole new world. And you walk through this, and then you take off the goggles. And you go like, no, let's put them back on again. I want to be in the picture again, in the other pictures. Most of you don't have the time, but it's ridiculously eye-opening. And of course, you can buy these pictures as well as NFTs. Maybe the regular artwork maybe is a bit expensive, but if you buy them as NFTs, you sort of like own them digitally, or the digital twin. You don't have to learn this inside out. You don't have to. It's about tokenization, and you can tokenize every aspect of our business life that we have. You can tokenize real estate, you can tokenize cars, you can tokenize literally everything. And to give you an example, again from the public sector, the DMV, the Department of Motor Vehicles in California, will switch their regular paper office to get your driver's license, to get new plates, to to display and demonstrate the ownership of a new car because you bought a new car or bought an old car from somebody else. This will all go on the blockchain and be transparent in the metaverse. And it will be even quicker than when you go there. So what we in Germany have, which is in Germany or in German the Zulassungsstelle, is basically there in digital and in fully digital and totally safe on the blockchain. Just for your reference, the blockchain is basically a register, an archive, where everything is transparent. So you cannot say, well, I didn't do this. It's if you traded your car, if you got a new driver's license, it's all on the blockchain for everybody to see. And as we are at an airport, I brought to you the first airport on the metaverse. It's BRL, Bengaluru, or some of you might know it under Bangalore, in India. And this doesn't look like this gaming environment I showed you before or from the video, because if you see this in real life, that's Terminal 2 of the new airport, or the new Terminal 2 from the airport in Bangalore. And this is the platform, the metaverse picture, and this is the real picture. So it doesn't really differ, actually. So why would you go to an airport when you can go to an airport as a real person and fly there? Because you cannot fly for certain reasons. Because there's a certain shop that is only at the airport. So now you can visit it without all the security issues that you have. And you see like all the Starbucks and everything inside it, and you can even visit that. And you can basically buy a digital coffee for your digital avatar to collect points to your membership card. Why would you do this? Because the avatar cannot drink the coffee, can he? But no, but maybe you want to fill up your membership card, your loyalty card. There's another example of from Lego that I advised in Dubai. It's in the Dubai Mall, and it's the Lego experiential store. It's a real store, but you can put this in the metaverse and basically display everything in the metaverse like here, but you don't have to go there, because some people are just have anxiety because of crowds, because of, well, large rooms. And in this experiential store, you can basically build your own minifigure. So it can be painted, it can be dressed differently, and you can do all this. You can, well, choose from so many selections, and this is all real. But if it's real, it's mostly digital, because you see this is in a display. So why not produce this for a retail experience in the metaverse, because it may not look so funny on a browser and have some issues with like the cursor and 360 degrees and all that. So you can do this there in the Dubai Mall, and you see the kids there. They basically select certain modules of the minifigure they want to have, and if they want to have a certain minifigure that have an individualized top or individualized upper body, you see there's the system behind it. I mean, this is basically one-to-one to be put in the metaverse or in a digital environment, in a platform, whatever you would call it. And they have the minifigures that are produced in here. And then it's basically this yellow thing is the frame where you would put this Lego figure in it. And my daughter gets 5 in a month from now, so I made this present for her. And you can draw on a screen there and have these drawings onto that body, which is in the front. But you can also have, like, in the back a number and certain icons. And this comes with the trend of configuration and individualization, right? And with that trend, it's doable in the real world, and everybody likes this, and parents are standing around and seeing what the kids do, and they see the eyes of the kids when they are presented this thing, because it looks like they painted it themselves. It's really cool. And you can do this in the metaverse as well. Maybe you do it with your kids, and we will do this with our kids, because at some point I'm pretty sure they will lead us the way. Thank you.
Well, amazing. Kind of on time. This is what LBMA is about. We try to do good. Well, it's amazing. Just keep it up. What I learned in our podcast we did together, it was just this was this mind-blowing experience for me, what the possibilities of Metaverse, and it's not here. This is what we learned today, so no worries. If you're not in the Metaverse, you have still time to go into. And the other thing is the possibilities you can just interact with human beings, technology, and virtual goods. And I think this combination of these three makes it very, very helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Sticking around a bit here. We're a bit on a time pressure as always. I remember from the old days. So we'll hand over now to Asif for our next panel. And it's about the experience you can make with retail, big brands, fans, and also destinations into the innovation of the industry. Cool. Can I help you? Good.
We'll find out.
Yeah, well,
Is this a different one?
this one is mine, it's working, this one's not working. Yeah. Alright, give that back. Alright, so
The FCB presentation is here.
the other one I have on my laptop. So which one do you want to start?
Whichever you tell me.
What's in the program?
Yep. Should I just lower it like this?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Perfect. So introduce it. Oh. Yeah.
All right, so we're just going to move right into the innovation panel, and there's a couple of presentations, so I'll let Iskander.
Thank you. No. I have a small presentation. I think I need 10 minutes. Maybe we can, win a little bit more time. Yeah. I'm alone?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Easy Omiskaya. I'm 39 years old, also older than the internet. I'm leading the retail department at FC Bayern Munich, and I bring a little bit or a small presentation of our newest project downtown. Maybe some people visited before the FC Bayern World. We used the time at the pandemic situation and think about, okay, we need a big store in the central. Our biggest store before was 180 square meters, 3 floors. Every home game it was full, 10 times closed on a day, and it was for us important that we built after the Allianz Arena, the campus, our youth area, the Sebener Street as well, our offices. Yeah, perfect. Our offices in Shanghai and in New York, and after then in Bangkok. We need a next level on. It's not fun. Okay. Yeah, we need the next milestone at the retail business, and we decide to find the area in Munich. Yes, works? Okay, perfect. Okay. To find the area downtown, and we decide to build a retail experience, not like only a store, and we talked to a lot of partners, and that's the name of the Bayern World, because we included a lot of partners as well. The FC Bayern World, 3,500 square meters. It's a store level with 1,000 square meters. Then we have 2 different restaurants inside, a bistro on the ground floor, then a special Asian fine dining restaurant on the first floor, and also 30 rooms for a hotel, and on the top a rooftop bar. It's a big thing, and for us it's the next level. yeah, we opened in December 2020. After 5 days, we closed it because the pandemic was yeah, in Munich. It was a little bit sad, but yeah, now this year we can say, okay, we feel the power from this building. A historical facade, and you see on the next levels the partners. We integrate Miele, Adidas, Audi, and Konami, and we do with these partners special things for the promotion area, and we can do launches with these big brands. The entrance area is for us important. We have a big screen customized for our fans. We can show their different products and content. Also, you can see here the different pop-up areas. We have an area with the Hypovereinsbank or with Adidas, with the government of Munich, with our last jersey from the last season, Audi as well. And we can use this area completely flexible with our partners. Also, we decide the first time in the FC Bayern store to sell non-branded FC Bayern products. That means we have Adidas as our biggest and oldest partner, and we have the newest boots, and you can test it on a soccer experience area. It's not only a small area. You have integration game, and you can play against Giovanni Elba or against Alphonso Davies, and you can test your boots, and then the idea is you can personalize your shoes with signature names, emojis, what else, and that's the journey that we use, and it's every second boot is personalized. Some pictures to the hotel and restaurants. That's the bistro on the ground floor. It's normal daily cafe. You can eat, you can drink, and you can have your lunch there. It's completely full every day, and the partner is Doing Cool. Some people know Doing Cool. It's our partner from the Allianz Arena, the catering company from Austria. Maybe the Austrian people know this company, and some pictures there. Also the fine dining restaurant on the first floor. It's more Asian exclusive, and because we have fans from 0 to 99, and from maybe people they want to eat a lobster or something else. Everyone can find something in our FC Bayern World. 30 hotel rooms. It's a boutique hotel, 5 stars level, and you can book it, and you can have a nice time there. And the penthouse with the Miele event kitchen on the top for some congress or meetings or birthday parties. What else? That's FC Bayern World. We think about it's the next the next way for us as FC Bayern to build stores like this. It's not possible to have a FC Bayern World at the airport, but maybe we have opportunities outside of our home market, and can maybe find locations around the world. Thank you. If you have questions.
All right. Thank you. All right. We'll just go right to the next presentation, and then switch it. You're using this. Should be easy.
Let's see. Yeah.
Do you have video? Sound?
No.
Easy. If you want to use that, this is the button.
Okay.
Should be fine. Hi, my name is Jonas. I'm from the startup Imero. We're a startup here from Munich, working in the Werk 1 in the new Worksviertel. And I'm happy to be here today and talk to you about digitalization, more or less product digitalization and what role it might play in our future. I promise I will make it quick as well. So, after the Lieferkettengesetz, the EU is now pushing more legislation, yeah, everybody is laughing, towards tying information to our products. It's actually a trend that we also see in consumers. We talked about this before. People want to know where their products are coming from. And now, from your reaction, I can tell that this is not a topic that makes people smile. It's rather a thinking like, again, some piece of legislation, something we need to push through. We have so many problems anyhow. And I want to show how this thought of tying information slash tying a interactive interface to products can actually be beneficial for the producers itself. So how will this digital product passport be realized technically? You see it here on the slide. So most likely you will have a QR or an NFC that gives a digital link to the product, and it serializes it, so it has an ID. Then it should be easily accessible, so you just scan the code and you will get to an interactive layer where you get product-specific information. Now, why should a manufacturer get ahead of this legislation and actually say, okay, tying this kind of information to my product actually makes sense? And I will show you 3 use cases of manufacturers that did so and realized very interesting use cases that I think all of us affects us. So the first one is Wilson for paddle rackets. They had the problem that due to the coronavirus, the stores were closing, they were letting people go, and now that the stores are opening again, it was hard for them to find people that technically knew the rackets and could transport the USPs to the stores. So what they did with our technology was basically a QR code-based tool where people would walk with their smartphone through the stores and scan the different products. They were able to compare them. They saw the different USPs and they saw which racket matches my current skill level. So a web-based app tool to compare rackets. Second use case we did with the suitcase manufacturer Stratic. They had the problem that their way to deliver service and to handle warranty claims was quite intransparent. People needed to go to the website, look through, find the right buttons, click on it, register. And they built, with our tool, a web-based solution where the people would just scan the suitcase. It's NFC-based. They could fill out a form, make photos of the parts that were broken, and it would directly go to Stratic into their ERP system, and they could contact the people that had a problem with the suitcase. Third one is with Chibo. They had the issue of, they wanted to become more sustainable. And one problem that they have is they're printing a lot of manuals in like 20 languages with every of their machines. So what they did was they just put the manual behind the QR code, and by scanning the QR code you would get the manual in the language you needed, and you have a shop behind it where specifically for your machine you can get the equipment and also the consumables and just buy it from there. Now this all sounds like a huge software project for every one of these customers that we had. And Imero is here as a startup to make such projects not as big anymore. And the magic word here is no code. So we build a platform where for these basic use cases, brands can establish an account, they give one corporate identity, and then they can build apps for their products within minutes, basically. So you can click on the different functionalities you would like to add, and our software auto-generates these apps, and you can tie them via QR, via NFC, directly to products. And we talked about location-based marketing and all these analytics that are becoming more and more important. this all is also integrated in the platform. So you can see where people are scanning, what the functionalities are that they use. And I can just show you really quick, jump into the tool, which is already open. An example here of the suitcase manufacturer Stratic. It's one of their models, and this is exactly how it will look like. So you see the different locations. So worldwide, Stratic has its biggest footprint, surprise, in Germany. But also you can see the different hubs where this kind of model is being bought. City slash, you can match this to stores. Sorry, I don't have internet. And on the right-hand side, you can see which kind of functionalities they were using. So for example, here they included a functionality where you can register as the owner of the product, and this makes 30% of the usage. So they learned that due to the losses that the suitcases had at the airports, people cared a lot about security and being able to claim ownership and be found again if the suitcase is being lost. So they were able to pick up this topic and push it in their marketing activities. Yes, and this is it. So if you guys want to get ahead of legislation and use these kind of interactive, very simple tools to connect to your customers, please get in touch. Thank you very much for your attention.
Jürgen Polterer from Austria, directly from the vacation?
Yes.
All right, good. Well, the topic is about vacation.
The topic is about the vacation, yeah. So. Okay, so I'm the guy between the lunch, yeah, and you. So I will talk about the case study from now. It's nothing about the future. It's nothing about what we can build in a few years. It's about a concept for tourism, what we have done the last 1.5, 2 years. It's basically it's connecting data to make revenue out of that. It sounds very, very simple, but if you go to a destination marketing concept, or if you go to a destination, you have a lot of parties in, yeah, and you have a lot of interests in. So you have hotels, you have even now you have car rentals as well, but in this destination you have ski rentals, in summer bike rentals, you have the tourism organization, the Association of Tourism, and all that stuff, and every person behind that collects data. There are different systems, they are not working together, and there are also different interests. So the goal was for us on the destination point of view is to collect all the data of every guest was coming in the region So get the data and don't sell the data like to booking.com. Yeah, you're paying a lot of provision, a lot of money. It's about 15%, 18% for each booking if you go to booking.com. But the main thing is you also lose the data. And our main goal was to collect the data, to match all the data together, and going out with real-time communication, customer journeys, to make the holiday, your trip, as what you expect. The first thing what we have done is we made a single sign-on as a service. It's a small step in the direction Meta, yeah, because the destination got. So if you make a registration on a hotel, or you make a registration if you want to rent a ski, it's all the same service, and so we have one base where we can collect the data and we can calculate some algorithm to find out if you're a family guy, if you're an adventure guy, what do you expect in your holiday, and we can offer you the right communication. There is no database, there is no single database. So what we're not doing is we're not saying, okay, now we have to stop for every project and we make a data warehouse. We call it a liquid data map. The liquid data map, it's all about APIs. So what we do is, or our thinking behind that is that every system, so if you have an email ESP provider, if you have a DSP, if you have a AS400 IBM, whatever, if you have a data warehouse, if you have nothing, yeah, if you just have a store like e-commerce solution, every program can a lot more functionalities as you use. It's like Word, yeah, everybody, or it's like Excel, yeah. Most of the people think that they can only make some table and rows with Excel. You can do amazing things if you learn to work with the program. So it's the same with our brain. You're just using about 5 to 10% of that what you can use. It's the same in such systems. So what we do is we make a liquid data map and we try to find out which AI do you have in the different systems, and we make them talk to each other. Yeah? This is just the principle. Yeah, I can't show you the liquid data map for Surfhouse, but this is the liquid data map for Surfhouse in real. Yeah, so it is so small that you can read it, and this is good. Okay. On the point we started, yeah, if the customer came to us and he had some interest or he wanted to have some information, this was the only thing what we can talk to him on the automatic way. So he just wanted to have some information from the website. Okay, we can give him perhaps manual newsletter or other communications. If he does a booking, yeah, okay, he got a receipt of the booking, he got a voucher and all that stuff. So 1.5 years later, we are talking about this. We are talking about an end-to-end process about the customer. Everything what he wants to do in the region, or most of the things what he wants to do in the region, we collect his data and we can give him the right information on the right time, even he's there. So I will show you after that an example what we can do if it is here. And on the end of the line, you have an e-commerce solution for sure. We launched this 1 week after Christmas, so on the beginning of this year. Because this was our last step to say, okay, we have all this data. There are more than 100,000 single sign-on accounts active. So for example, this region has 14,000 beds. So the capacity of staying there is limited. Yeah, we have 100,000 active SSO, and we want to make money out of them for giving them services like, if you come to our destination, you don't have to wait on the railway cable cars, yeah, because usually you arrive at the same time at thousands other are arriving, and you have to wait a half an hour to get your tickets. It's much more simple that we know that if you come and we offer you the tickets before, and we give you the tickets on your phone, and you can just print it out on your hotel, or you print it out on a machine. So this is very simple. Yeah, I just have to say that this is a multi-vendor store as well. So this is a platform, an e-commerce platform. So we can include in the next weeks and months, there will include more and more partners like rental services, like hotel services with treatments and all that stuff. So this is very simple. That's it. You can find it on Surfhouse Fisladis. If you go on the e-commerce solution on the shop to buy tickets, you can see this in the in real. So you get your ticket, everything okay. But now we have a problem. So if a guest is coming to the region and he is staying in one of the 3 villages on the mountain, Surfhouse, Fis or Ladis, then he get a discount and a special tariff for the cable cars. So how can we build up? And only in this time he's staying there. So if I'm there from tomorrow to Sunday, I just get in this time the special price, out of this time not. And just for me and my family, or me and my travel group, so it's limited as well. So we have to have the data from the guest, we have to have the booking data, we have to have the Meldeschein, yeah? We have to have the it's coming from Fairytale systems, it's coming from booking systems, it's coming from the travel association, it's coming from the hotel, if you check in. So we need this information to get you the price. You see here, for example, on these days, yeah, with the blue rings, it's dynamically, yeah, so if you go to the shop, you see your special price. This is dynamic pricing, personalized. So it's one step further than dynamic pricing. We can regulate the price by weather and all that stuff. It's very easy. But to make special groups to special times with special prices across different vendors, it's much more complex to do that, because then you have to have all the data. And if you're booked at, then you get you see Gästekartentarif, a very famous German word, and you get the special price and your discount. And if you book more then you are allowed, you can buy the Gästekartentarif, and you will find a second area it's dynamic in the shop with the Normaltarif. So, as you mentioned, it's very complex to manage all this data, yeah. And the next challenge was to make a system how we can manage data what are not located in one platform. Because we have to manage, and not all of the data belongs to the tourism association. Because if the single sign-on comes from the hotel or from the rental, the addresses and the data belong still to the partner. So the only thing what we can do is we can do a central managed systems, also make it liquid, like all connected with APIs, with every system behind that, to make that managing much more easier. It's like the data office. We called it the data office. You get in and you get all the data what you need. It's a reporting, but the main thing is Verwaltung, the administration of all the data. So you see Erlebnisprogramm. Erlebnisprogramm is you can also manage every content. Yeah. So if you get in, you have their content from Fairytale, from Insert. There are big players on the tourism market, but also from others. If you're from other parties, if you're event organization, you can also build in here some offers. Okay, very simple. You go in, single sign-on. You see at every guest if it is here now or not. Yeah. So we have one click. You see the guest. You see what's the status, what he has booked, what he has purchased. If you go into the guest, you see which communication did the guest receive. So that's a very important information. So if you go on the, for example, on the view, you can exact see, in this case, a newsletter, exact the newsletter what the guest received, and you do all the reporting as well. Yeah? The facts are not correct, so we made a little bit fake now. But also every journey you see, we have journeys for if you're interested in, if you're booking, if you are 14 days before you come to the destination. On the day you come on the destination, you get information services like travel information and all that stuff, weather. We have the information. There is a lot of topic with parking places. Yeah. So if you are coming in the region, we guide you to the right parking place and all that stuff. And there's tons of customer journeys behind that, and we have the reporting tool to make that all. Also, if you're working on parties or with a lot of users, there is a really big wie sagt man, rechtes System behind the account. So we know each person, if there are some changes, if somebody is doing some administration stuff on the guest, we see that in the log files, so we can every time see what's happened with the guest, what's happened with the data, who changed something, who makes some other things. Okay. Now the lunchtime. No? Really? I thought it was free. Okay, I'm so sorry.
Großartig. Mega. All right, great. So let's head up to our last discussion. So we will keep the questions for later because otherwise we are running totally out of time. Anyhow, Mark, are you coming? Oh, don't throw it, don't throw it. We're just a bit behind schedule, so it's fine. Now, for now, let's see later. Ja, ich habe eigentlich einen, der ging auch vorhin. Aber das heißt, okay.
So probably I'm not the last guy before lunch. Is that true or not? No? Okay. Don't know what's easier. My name is Mark Engfried. I'm from Payback. We will see a slide in a moment. I'm responsible for digitization of the point of sale. And today I will talk about how we innovate and revolutionize the customer experience at the stationary point of sale. But before starting with that, I would like to learn something about you guys. So first question would be, who of you is a Payback customer? Hands up, please. Okay, I think that's less than the average that we have in Germany. Who's using the Payback app? Oh, even less. So I strongly recommend you use the Payback app because you will see we have quite very interesting location-based services within our app. So let's see. Yes, it's working. I think you all know Payback, but nevertheless, giving a quick introduction about Payback. We have a lot of partners in Germany, both in the online business and in the stationary point of sale business. It's several hundreds. You know most of them, I think, or at least the stationary ones like Aral, DM, Rewe, Penny, Alnatura, Fressnapf, and so on. But also many hundreds of online shops, and customers can collect points there. And we have a lot of customers. This is only Germany. We are also present in other countries, but only in Germany we have 31 million active customers, and this results in 50 scans per second, and more than 11 million customers that use our Payback app. And I think that's when we talk about location-based services, we mainly talk about app users that we locate, and this is the basis that we have 11 million active app users, and yeah, they love our app. So this is the reason why we were probably rated one of the most customer-friendly app in 2022. We are really proud of that, but there is a reason for this. Why are our customers? Why do they love the app? Before I come to location-based services, here it's gone, here it's there. I will quickly introduce the key features that we have in the app, also the ones which are independent from location and the point of sale. So first, when you enter the Payback app, you have a dynamic feed which is personalized, so you see all kind of offers and coupons that are personalized for you as a single person. So this is our starting page, but the area which is used most frequently is couponing for sure. Our customers love coupons, and they can activate coupons within our app, and for sure redeem coupons. I don't know what's wrong with the display here. It was before, it looked better, but I hope you can read it. So we have, for sure, our customers don't have to use the plastic card anymore. We have many customers that still use it, but we have, as you saw, also many customers, yes, that use Payback in the app. And also Payback Pay. I think I don't want to talk about Payback Pay today too much. Just mentioning before, because before I think the question was, how can we combine additional benefits with a mobile payment solution? We are really unique in this area, because with one swipe with the Payback app, you are not only able to pay at the stationary point of sale, but you will also collect points, redeem coupons, pay with the app, and also you can pay with Payback points, all in one single step. For sure, we have a lot of online shops in our portfolio, and customers are using online shopping more and more frequently, coming from our app. But we have additional services, and one of our biggest growing businesses is our Spielewelt, as we call it, gamification. So our customers, they love gaming. and they love, for example, winning coupons based on gaming. But this is not about location-based marketing. It's also the journey at home that our customers can experience within the app. And now I want to come to our location-based services portfolio. And I think you had Carsten, you had a slide in the beginning, which was 10 years old, I learned. But still, I think the technologies exist, and the question always is, which one is the right technology to use to offer attractive use cases or to reach the maximum reach? And for us here, we are using all of these technologies, and we combine them in a smart way. And based on that, we can offer really attractive use cases and achieve maximum reach. And I will explain that in a few minutes how it looks like. And what we also did, because location-based services, it sounds quite technical, and you need to give certain permissions so that it's possible for the end user to experience location-based services. So we branded our location-based services under Payback Go. And what this means, I will show you with some slides or some pictures that you can experience by yourself. So download the app, you can experience that stuff at a different point of sales. Here, for example, a customer is close to a DM store, and the customer is opening the Payback app. And in this moment, we use two technologies in combination, meaning GPS, we locate the customer's position, and at the same time, we have geofences around all our partner locations. And we check, are there partners nearby the customers? And here in this example, the M is the store which is closest to the customer, and there is also a Rewe and a Penny nearby. And in this case, the customer can check in, because the question before was, do we offer check-in? Yes, we do, because what's the challenge for these customers? I presented it before. We have several hundred partners. But in this moment, the customer is at a DM, and they only want to see DM content and stuff. So what we do in this moment, we adjust the whole layout of the Payback app. It looks more or less like a DM app. And we filter all the content on DM, meaning for sure the coupons, which is the most relevant stuff at the point of sale. But additional contents can be booked by our partners into the partner context, as we call it. And in this example also, we played out a real-time coupon. I can show this again. The customer checks in at DM, the app changes its whole layout, and you see at the bottom line, the new real-time coupon was played out. So we can influence the customer directly before the purchase starts, and there can be additional content in there, for example, additional promotions or campaigns by DM, and we are also linking to the destinations of our partners. So we combine it all into one ecosystem, not only our coupons, but also the offers that exist from a partner beside Payback offers. Okay, this was the manual check-in, as we call it. But many of our partners, they also have Wi-Fi across their locations. And we use Wi-Fi localization as well, in combination to the other ones that you saw. And in this case, the customer opens the Payback app close to a global store, and is immediately checked in. So no necessity to choose the partner nearby. We immediately adjust the whole app to the Globus context, and the customer is checked in. Again, one example. The question was, do we use beacons? And I always hear people laughing, beacons, it's not a technology anymore. But for us and for Aral, it was a good additional technology. By the way, it was installed last year, so it's not 5 years ago. And we doubled the check-ins based on this technology, meaning we have beacons installed in all Aral stations in Germany, and when a customer opens the Payback app close to a Aral store, we will immediately check the customer in. And we have here for Aral, we have developed an additional service within our Payback app, so it's really natively included. Some of you might have experienced it. It's called Fuel and Go, meaning it's a kind of a self-checkout service at the filling station, so no necessity to go into the store and pay for your fuel. You can immediately use the app. You select the amount and the filling station, and then you can start fueling. You have to authorize based on Face ID or whatever it is. And you can then start the fueling process. and you can check out in the app and pay in the app. So no necessity to go into the store. It's really the fastest process, and it's all within the Payback app. For sure, all coupons and benefits are included. So a very easy process for our customers based on the check-in. And when we launched this service, the question was, how do we get the maximum reach on this service? And beacons was one alternative, and we doubled the check-ins within 1 month. And we are not talking about a few check-ins, we are talking about millions, as we always do. So next one, there are customers out there which might not use the Payback app still, or which have granted no location permission. And we also want to reach them, and therefore QR codes is also relevant technology we are using. For example, here we promise to the customers, if you scan this barcode, you will receive a really attractive coupon. And also we combine it again with the check-in at the point of sale and play out the coupon in real time. It's all real-time based. So, but that's all cases where you saw the customers, they have to open their Payback app close to the point of sale themselves. Some customers don't, and we want to remind them, or we even want to bring them to a DM because they haven't been a DM customer so far. So I think this you all know, it's based on, in this case it's based on geofence, that we locate the customers at a DM store and promise to the customer a really attractive coupon again. The coupon is again in the partner context really at the top. So meaning here we bring customers into our partner stores. And for us, because we talked about accuracy, it's sometimes a compromise. We can do that based on beacons as well, pushing, and sometimes we do it. But geofence is okay, it's not that accurate, but the reach is much higher because customers that are maybe 200 meters away, we can push them a message and say, go to the DM. You haven't been there so far. Here's a really attractive offer. And for sure, this is all personalized. We can select the customers by age or whatever it is. Next one, again, the case I just showed requires location permission in the app, push permission. So not all customers have granted these permissions to the app. So we are looking for additional mechanics to drive the customers to our stores. And one of the most reliable things to local customers is transactions. We are really strong. We come out of the stationary POS industry. So many customers are showing their card, meaning per app or with the plastic card. And this we can use as an information. For example, this customer here, it's a pointy customer, goes to Rewe. And in this case, you also see, for example, our Payback Pay process, scanning our QR code. And in this moment, we know in real time, this customer is at Rewe, and there is a RAL nearby. We can also define this radius here and say, for example, we want to push at all partner locations which are 200 meters away from a RAL store and bring these customers on their way home based on the push message to RAL. So a really strong mechanic and not requiring location permission, but using the real-time transaction of another Payback partner. So that's it already. I will just summarize. We are using many technologies. I'm really curious if you have other technologies in your portfolio which might help us to make more attractive use cases and bring more reach to our app, or even without app. So yeah, combining these technology helps us to offer these kind of use cases. We have even some more which I didn't show, for example, a filial finder, a store finder. And yeah, that's about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It is a pleasure, as always. All right, Natalie, please come on stage. So between us and the lunch is Westfield Rice. If you ever heard about Westfield Rice, you know what it is.
So hopefully you did, because you have some bags on your places. So
exactly.
At least today you should.
All right, great. So I think we will start with a short introduction video of what you guys are doing, and then we go into a short Q&A session about that and learn how retail media combined with promotions on site can help your brand be more visible, even in spaces where you're not available, like shopping malls, I heard.
Maybe.
Let's see, maybe. Let's go for that. Close. Now. Right, now we do it again.
Oh, sorry.
Last time. Those are goosebumps moments. Welcome. Great. So Natalie, thanks first of all for supporting our RetailLoco conference, the first of the pandemic. And as you all know, we are super interested in what shopping malls are doing, and Westfield is one of those people we had a lot of use cases in the past with, and so super happy to have you here. Tomorrow the retail tour will take place in Riemerkarten, also one of your properties with a totally new concept, so super happy. Everybody who want to join tomorrow, the retail tour starts at 11 o'clock at the Riemerkarten, just come there. So you are head of Westfield Rise, Austria and Germany. So let's explain what that means.
What does that mean? So sorry that now I'm between you and lunch, so
that's no problem.
We will do that very, very quickly. No. But yeah, what does it mean? So we have the experience of this business since a long time. So maybe one heard about commercial partnerships. This is what we did before. So it combined the brand experience part with the retail part. Retail meaning all the mall retail that we're having in our malls. Then we figured out, not only due to COVID, but also due to many studies that we did, that that people buy differently. People want to be inspired when they're coming to the shopping mall. So this was one reason why we founded Westfield Rise all over Europe and internationally as well. So it's well, it's the experience, and it's what the customer, so our customers want to experience in our centers.
And so you as Westfield Rise, my understanding was you are the agency, you are promoting and make the space digital for retail media in your venues, and also physically available for brands, retailers?
For retailers that have a shop in our centers, for brands that you wouldn't think of, they would go offline, because it's important to, and it might sound strange to you after all these digital solutions, that someone sitting here telling you about going physically, so going back offline, but this is what I think we all figured out, because you can easily shop online, you can do everything online, and this is what we did 2 years. So now we see that that footfall is coming back for sure. We all know that we would like to go back offline, and we would like to touch and feel everything what we would like to buy, to experience new ways of or new products. So this is really important to offer that kind of solutions, and it's not only making spaces available and having spaces available, but it's also bringing the 360 experience to the customer. So you can have everything digital, you can have a call to action to your shop if you're a retailer, you can have the big experiential, so a big experience within our malls, you can use some static advertising, digital advertising, and you can combine everything. So this is what we see the customer would like to have in the future, and even now.
So what about your experience with the brands? So you're working together with the brands now. They come to you and they ask you, do they have an idea? Because retail media right now, that's very common sense now. So they know that you have displays, you have this plaza things, you have the special sizes and all those things. Yeah, but how they react if you then start the conversation in the direction of, oh, look, we have this physical space available, and this is highly individual. You have to do something. And are they used to do that, or where's the level right now?
They're not. So as I said, it's Westfield Rise is European and international wide. So we have a lot of markets which are more experienced than Germany and Austria. So going to London and the eastern part of Europe, everybody is very well aware of what they can do and how important it is to be physically and to combine all of that. But in Germany and Austria, let's say we're not that digital, not that innovative to really be on stage and combine everything. But this is why we are here. So this is just to support them in finding ideas, in combining their brand marketing with being on stage, being in the shopping centers, and giving them ideas, and also supporting them with partners to build some installations, to do great campaigns, and not only bringing their out-of-home campaigns into our centers. They can do that as well, because we have many media platforms in our centers, but it's more, you can always do more to attract some new customers and to make them buy the new products.
Let's talk about brands. Brands are with you right now, so they tried it. So I saw something, I think it was out of the Centro, I'm not sure. So the big plaza thing in the middle was Samsung. Samsung is just
that was
amazing.
That was absolutely amazing, and this is actually, that was one thing that we're really proud of, because it's one of 5 destinations, and normally you're not saying London, Paris, San Francisco, Oberhausen. So this is not the normal way of saying city names, but it's really one thing made it absolutely special, because they not only did the media part in our center, they not only had a pop-up shop, so a big installation in our biggest area, they also had an event with the launch of the new mobile phone. So it was really 360. This was really one thing what we look forward for in the future.
Right. Other brands you can mention in this context? Was that right? They did good or well?
Yeah, well, we saw some in the videos, and but we have some big names, and the most inspiring thing for me was Netflix, because they are only doing online, so it's only, so you don't think that they would like to go offline and touch base with customers, but they did a huge experience to promote a new film also in Centro. We have Dyson, we have Spotify, we have Polestar with a huge activation. We have L'Oreal, Tommy Hilfiger. So it's the more we talk about how important it is, and the studies are reliable that it is important to engage with the customers, the more the brands will use that stage to promote their name, their brand, whatever.
Right. So when we talk about shopping malls as an experience, so people go there not only just for the purpose, I have to buy something, I need something, or it's more this, I don't know if you know this, in Bavaria we have this weird thing with our German Möbelhäuser, the furniture stores. So when my kids were younger, so we went there on a Saturday because it was raining. They have this playground thing inside, so we kept them there. So this is a Bavarian thing. I don't know if there's somewhere else also, but in terms of entertainment, malls changed a lot the past 5-10 years. So what is the biggest change you see right now in how a mall operate compared to 10 years ago, 5 years ago?
I don't know if so it's the chicken and egg thing, but I think the first the people change their minds, their expectations, because nowadays you meet friends at shopping centers, you meet friends at city centers. It's not only shopping centers, but it's you would like to go there to be inspired, to have experiences, to take part in events. So you can't just only have. So 10 years ago, maybe put it like this, 10 years ago we just opened the door and let the people come. So now we need to really actively do something to make people come to our malls, because while the online market is increasing, of course when you can do everything online, you need to attract people to come back offline, but it's also the behaviors and the need of people to have their social life kind of in shopping centers.
Great. So last question between us and the lunch is you're around since 3 or something like that, so if somebody will catch up with you, just to lunchtime. So thank you very much for being there. So is that more individual promotion you're running right now, or is there some of standardized processes available to reach? I wrote it's 56 malls in total you can market in, so is that standardized, or is that just one by one by one by one?
Well, generally, so if you think of that Samsung was doing two weeks ago, it's of course they standardize it because they would like to do 5 Galaxy experience in 5 cities. So yes, it's kind of standardized, but our malls are absolutely not standardized. So you need to adapt everything, especially for that location, for that areas, because we do not have a mall which has a big space for 250 square meters and 360 degrees media platform or something like that. So if you're thinking as a brand, nothing is standardized because they would like to be as special as possible, but the process behind is standardized for sure. Yeah.
Great. Natalie Lohaus, head of Westfield Rise. We're super happy to have you with us on this journey of retail. We are all facing digitalization. Thank you very much for your support, and thanks for being with us.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you very much.
All right, lunchtime.
Finally.
Finally. Ich mach das. Dankeschön.
Danke.
Yes. take my self-control. Another night, another day goes by. I never stop myself to wonder why. You help me to forget to play my role. You take myself, you take my self-control. I live among the creatures of the night. I haven't got the will to try and find it. I guess I need tomorrow, so I guess I'll just believe it. That tomorrow never comes. I stay at night. I'm living in the forest of my dreams. I know the night is not a secret to you. I must be living something, so I'll make myself believe it. That this night will never go overnight. It's my world, city light, braided girl. In the day, nothing matters. It's the night time that it flatters. I live among the great.
RTL Media Group. Thank you very much for being a partner of the LBMA, not the main sponsor. Matthias is in charge of it. This is Fabian, and I'm actually a bit confused about the grey, so sorry for that. We'll figure that out later. You get your stage next. So sorry for that, please excuse me. This is what live production is about. I'm not used to it since 2.5 years. Thank you. Sorry.
Thanks a lot, yes. If we could maybe go to see the slides, I'm not sure if this would be possible. A little introduction from my side. My name is not Matthias. My name is Fabian Burgay. I'm the Director of Small Medium Enterprise Businesses at RTL Adelines. RTL Adelines, who are we? Most of you might know RTL Broadcaster. And we are the advertising unit of RTL Adelines. So you might know some former companies like SmartClip, like G&J, Grun & Jahr, IMS, and RTL AdConnect, and we are all together in RTL Adelines. You see a lot of numbers on the right side. You can also Google it or go to rtladelines.com. Just to let you know what we are doing actually. Today we want to focus on one of our products we are actually offering. It's about addressable TV. As we heard already, we made it possible to make TV addressable for retailers, for franchise, for small medium enterprises. What we're actually also doing is to advertise a lot of stuff like radio and audio. We have almost 1,000 print publishers in Europe. We have online video, of course. We do video on demand, broadcaster video on demand, subscription in video on demand. You know it maybe from Netflix. This is not what we are actually doing, but this is the most well-known one. And we are also having still linear TV and addressable TV. So with RTL Adelines, you could basically advertise on every single product you can see here. But today, as I said, we want to focus on addressable TV. And I brought a chart which you see actually the difference between traditional TV and addressable TV. If we start on the left side, and you think about traditional linear TV, RTL, Sport 1, Vox, Disney, you name it. I would like to take care of 5 points today. If we start on the left side, we usually have a high minimum booking volume. If you want to advertise on RTL, we have it Millionaire in Germany or Dschungelcamp, for example, you have to spend a lot of money to advertise on the linear TV break. You need a TV spot, 30 seconds usually. You have a national broadcaster signal, so from Cologne-Deutz, where we are located, we have one signal, so one-to-many communication. We have quite a long-term communication in terms of planning. So if you want to advertise on the channel for next year, you should start in April, May this year to plan your campaigns to get ready for a nice spot on the television. And it's about linear commercial break. You know the commercial breaks during the linear TV. So if we look at addressable TV today, at about those 5 points, we have some major differences. So if you go to the first point, we have a really low minimum booking amount. So this is very important for small, medium enterprises because you can actually book TV advertising at thousands of euros. So you don't have to spend 50K, 200K or a million. You can also start with 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 euros. You don't need a TV spot. You see it on the right side. It's actually a display banner. It's a display ad. So it's easy to create. It's easy to have the creatives ready. You don't have to have a spot in place. We can target audiences, so we can make a one-to-one communication. That's why very fancy name, addressable TV. We can address advertising. We have a very short-time campaign planning due to the reason there is an ad server behind it. So if we get the creatives and the campaign booking today, we can start tomorrow actually. And we have a switch-in situation. And switch-in is a bit difficult to explain, but I brought you a video, and I hope this video will show you what the switch-in means. So you have to imagine you're sitting after lunch now, thanks for Matthias, at home. You have the TV control in your hand, and you are watching TV, and you're on Vox, and then you are switch in to RTL, and then you see the commercial. And this should actually be with volume now, but it's not okay. So you've seen coming from Vox, switching to RTL, and you might be now located in Münster, and now you see Volksbank Immobilien Münsterland, a very, very famous brand for the guys from the US, very big in Germany. No, I'm just kidding. It's a local branch, it's a local bank, and they are advertising in Münster, postal code targeting on the big linear TV screen. So how could this look like? This could, of course, be done national-wide. If you look on the left side, it could be in Berlin-Kreuzberg, it could be in Cologne-Deutz, it could be in Hamburg-Altona with, as I said, postal code targeting. And you could also do it in Germany, you could do it with us in Italy, you could do it with us in Spain, because we are running campaigns on a European base. So we are in all over Europe with our RTL brands. In France, you might know M6. In Spain, you might know Atlas Media. And in Germany, you might know RTL, for example. These are the broadcasters we are working with. So you can also run international campaigns with us with RTL Ad Alliance. And this is actually the new retailer opportunity we want to present you today. As you can see on the right side, I showed you it's a display ad. It's called Switch in XXL because you switch into the program. So you have, as a viewer, as a watcher of the broadcaster, you have immediately contact. It's seen by nature. You can't skip it. And it's very nice integrated because you actually hear the voice of the program. So the watcher still watches the program, and you see the ad integrated with several targetings like postal code targetings, for example. So what we can do with this product, not only in Germany, across Europe, we can increase awareness for local stores, as you have seen on the other slide. We can bring a very nice alternative to the big screen because a lot of advertisers love the big screen. And of course, with us, RTL Ad Alliance, you can have a benefit from the high TV reach across Europe. And this product is actually for the small, medium enterprises and the retailer and the franchiser, quite a new product. We launched it mid of last year, so it's really new in Europe, and we are really happy to be here. So thanks for having us on stage here and presenting you this alternative to the GAFA industry, now advertising on the big screen on TV. Thanks a lot. If you have questions, of course, I will be available.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. I'm still nervous about my situation. Anyhow, so any questions? The first question of the day after lunch? All right, later maybe.
No worries. Thanks a lot.
Good, thank you. Take your machine.
Ah, ja, genau.
All right, so, but now we're talking about our main sponsor, Localizer. Matthias? Yeah, we all can make it now. So, who's our main sponsor? Okay, good. Close. Or we have definitely to think about your membership fees, my friends. Anyhow, so yeah, Matthias, it's your stage, and this is your adapter. It worked before. Okay, good. And it's about advertisement. And it's just the beginning of our panel. So what we want to talk about the next 60 minutes is about how to activate shoppers drive people to store, find out where we can reach them, different target groups, different media change in that. And so for the beginning, Matthias will give us an overview. Was Localizer, our main sponsor, also responsible for lunch. Put together, in this case, activation at the POS. Matthias, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Matthias, everyone knows me now, so thanks for the introduction. Before we start with our panel, activation at the POS, topic we can probably talk about hours and hours on. I want to explain a bit and give an introduction what we are doing from Localizer. And because we have an online platform who allows to make online advertisement for locations, local online advertising, this is the main topic I want to talk about. So there's one question for 2023 which drives us, and this is the question if now finally is the time for programmatic local online advertising. So what does I mean by that? I mean programmatic is nothing new. Online advertising is probably nothing new. But together to do this at scale, to shift the budget from the print sector to the online advertising world is still something where we see a gap for a lot of companies. There's still a bit of need for a strategic approach to have a different mindset, to do something for their locations in the retail world, for do something for the stores, the franchises, the service partners, the POS. But we think the signs are there. We see a lot of budget shifts coming in the last year and still going from classic POS marketing to the online world, especially for the brochure thing. Probably there's a lot of talk about environment reasons, but I think costs are the main factor why this is happening. And this is the one part, and another part is that we already have a lot of established instruments to do that. So we need a bit of technology to do a lot of online advertising campaigns in the local area. And we have some new exciting technologies which just started to come and get usable, like AI. I want to go into this point a bit later, where we see a lot of opportunities which we can use to do very cool local online advertising campaigns. So what does it take to do that, to be somebody an organization who wants to go there and do a lot of online marketing for their stores? You need a strategic approach, and then you need the online pinned on to your offline store. And this is probably something like a landing page, something where a user can go to, where he finds all the informations for the store and get the services he can book there. Maybe you have like an online appointment, maker I can contact there, or they can see what is in stock, or which prices are there, which special services the store offers. And then you also have to combine it with the online opportunities, like that maybe the customer can just buy it online, whatever he wants to, or have like an online service which he can combine with the offline experience. That sounds very basic and very simple, but we still see there that there are a lot of the good old Fialfinder and not a very dedicated landing page per every location, which can be something which is a problem if you want to do specific local campaigns. Then next thing, the brochures, the leaflets, they all live from very personalized ads. There's the products in it which you can get at the next retail store, at the next discounter, at the next whatever. This is something you want to also transform to the online world, so we have to have personalized ads for your locations. We have like basic informations in it, like store address, maybe like an event time, only this Sunday, maybe a specific price or a specific product. So you want to have specific creatives for every ad and every campaign you are running. And last but not least, if you want to do that, you need some kind of software. I mean, if you have to do a lot of campaigns with a lot of different ads, this is something you can't do manually. So you need an optimization process to personalize these campaigns, to generate them, optimize and report them in the best case, and have at the end possibility to do this setting at scale. So how does it work? To show it you in the practice world, We have our good customer Taco, which we just started last year to do a lot of campaigns with them. I think most of you know them, big retailer in Germany and Europe, with over nearly 2,000 stores in Europe and over 1,200 in Germany. And we started to do online marketing for their stores in Germany and now in Europe. And they had a dedicated approach. They wanted to bring this offline POS marketing to the online world. They wanted to do individual campaigns for every store with a ad personalization in image and text, for example, address, city, price, product. They wanted to do geo-targeting for every location, which could be different depending on where the store is, like in the urban area or on the countryside, so it could be bigger or smaller, and also depending on how many people you can reach there. And then they want to do a lot of these campaigns. So every 2 to 3 weeks, they wanted to run a different campaign all over the year. So we had a lot of work to do. What did we do? We set this whole up in our localizer platform. So we generated campaign templates, ad templates, or multi-channel for these campaigns, social media, display, and also search. Also video campaigns. And in these ad templates, we had data fields which we automatically filled with informations for every location. And then we segmented the stores. There were different segments of stores depending on what we wanted to offer. So not all stores get the same, but everyone gets its own campaign and ad and its own personalization. And then our software created like 1,200 campaigns by one click on a button and pushed them via API and programmatic DSPs to the different advertisers. And then of course we had a overall reporting for them. So we have like a KPI setting depending on the goal of the campaign. And of course we need to optimize them in a specific way. What was the result? We got a very high reach in the dedicated target group, so we were relevant. We could reach the right persons in the right area, and this relevance was also underlined by a very high CTR. So we saw 2 to 3 times higher CTR than in other similar campaigns, also in other national campaigns. So the combination of a strong brand, a good product, a good price, and a local targeting, a local approach seemed to be very relevant for the customers. And last but not least, because of that, we could measure an increase in the store traffic and the footfall traffic in the stores compared to a comparison group. So for us, and also for Taco, we could show and see that these local campaign approach, the scaled campaigns, increase store traffic and can be a compensation of the loss of reach in other sectors. So I'm not telling to stop every PRS marketing you're already doing, but to think about to extend it even to this online advertising world. Yeah, this is a short way. If you have more questions about it, just feel free to ask me after this panel. And last but not least, a little outlook, which is grinding our gears, which is something we have a lot of hope in it, and technologies were coming, we're already there. Of course, the Metaverse, we heard a lot about today, about this exciting area. Looks promising. I can see a lot of use cases there, but for the local world, the local online marketing world, we are not quite there yet. It's not enough reach in this Metaverse for now, at least in Europe. And also there's a bit of lack of applications which you can use, especially for advertising. Combined with that, the blockchain thematic, great technology for sure, but also it's for the normal user, the normal customer, it's still a bit abstract. There's no quite the app, the use case you would use. It's more like maybe it's in combination with the Metaverse, something which will come. And then, of course, very, very exciting for us is the whole AI world. ChatGPT could be iPhone moment. I mean, it's hands-on. It's cool. You can just try it out and see direct effects of it. We're already developing some things with this part for our own software to be examples in yeah, the ad creative thing. So we put like images, text, videos, all this stuff together and get a cool new ad or ad variations. Also like with product images, prices, I mean, it goes on and on. And then of course for the whole campaign process to generate them, to optimize them, to see where do I put my local budget in the best possible way. Which channel do I use? Is this the Facebook ad? Is this a display ad? Is this a video ad in TikTok? Is this a search ad in Google? Where do I get the most customers for a specific locations? Something you could do by AI, not so much by a manual effort. There's too much data for it. So yeah, this is something we're really looking forward to and also see a lot of impact in the next 12 to 24 months. Yeah, that's for now, my first part. Thank you very much. And I'll talk later.
Thank you very much, we appreciate. So it's a good start. Now we are going into the airport of Munich and what the airport of Munich is doing. And in this, well, this is the right time to talk about those guys in the technical tower. And May you can see they're doing a fantastic job. So we have the stream online, we have a good website, we have working technic, obviously. So give them a hand, just clap, doing an amazing job. Thanks to technical team. And without the airport of Munich, it is impossible to run this event because those guys make it happen that this venue with all the equipment, and this is a lot of stuff in here, amazing. It's brought us. They're on the sponsor, a long-term partnership with the LBMA, since many years now. Thank you very much for this. And now I want to learn what's going on in your terminal, in your retail environment. Stefan Köhne.
Thank you. So, first of all, I want to welcome you in Munich Airport. You already spent the whole day so far. My name is Stefan Köhnen. I'm responsible for the retail part of Airport Munich. And I just want to introduce you shortly the structure of Munich Airport. Munich Airport runs basically all profit fields by itself. Parking, gastro, retail, and the aviation business. And I'm from the retail business. You heard a lot about that fancy stuff, Metaverse and so on, and what you're going to see will be so far more innovative that you cannot believe it. Actually, I take you back in the time, I would say 10 years maybe, and I would like to talk about vouchers. As I told you, I'm a retailer, work for a retail company in vouchers. Couponing is a very important tool for us as a retailer to drive footfall, to drive turnover. And we asked ourselves, so how do we deal with that vouchers? And we set some goals, which says it has to be easy and fast because we are, as a travel retailer, we approach people which are normally not come to the airport and for shopping, they want to fly away. So they have no time at all. Whatever we do, it has to be fast. Increase loyalty and turnover, of course. Many of you see that big brands in airports, Gucci, Yves Saint Laurent and so on. I tell you, they're not making money at airports. That's initiatives for media, that's marketing. We as an airport retailer, we have to earn money. All what we do is for turnover because we have to pay our rent and we have to pay our profit later to the FMG, to the airport, as we are part of it. Analytics, of course, geo-targeting, easy and fast internal handling. Also this cannot be underestimated. When you be in a cash area and the person in front of you which would like to make the payment process with you, you cannot give them any complicated stuff, so it has to be really easy. And as we are airport retailer, we have no money. And the decision was, okay, whether we go for an own application, and it was 10 years ago, we were talking about app, you need an app and so on, and there are still consultancies doing that. And or we do something else, and you all know that you have your flight tickets as a wallet on your mobile. Who does that? Check in. Okay, a lot of people. So you're very familiar with the system of a wallet. So we did a little analysis. So when we do an own application, what would it deliver? Would it be easy and fast for customer handling? We said no. And I'm coming back to the app of Payback. Sorry to say, but always when I go to Dena Gartenmarkt and I stand in the line, and then I reckon, oh yeah, they asked me for my Payback card, and then I open the app, and the app has already the 10th newest release on my iPhone, which implicates that I do not have my username and I do not have my password. So the line has to be really long, that first I find my username, then I find my password. Of course I forgot my password, so I have to zurücksetzen, I don't know what that means, but I have to give me a new password, and then I'm gonna be in the app, and then I can check whether I'm gonna have a voucher or not, or whether I have a card or not. So for me it's always a hassle. So just for the colleague from Payback, maybe that could be a solution in addition to your app. Increased loyalty turnover, app would definitely deliver that. Analytics as well, geo-target as well. Easy and fast internal handling. I'm not so sure if the woman sitting in front of you has to explain how you reset your password. And limited investments, no way. You have to do, if Apple is doing something with iOS, you have to rework your whole app and so on. So this is a really money-eating machine. And then versus the digital wallet, which we already know from traveling, which is easy and fast for customer handling because it comes up on your locked screen when you enter a geolocation. Increased turnover and loyalty, definitely it's a voucher system. Analytics, it has certain limitations in analytics, but there is. And I'm going to show you. Geo-targeting as well, easy and fast internal handling, just show your mobile, that's it. And that's the best thing, almost no investment. So we set up a use case for our employees, and we were talking about employees. We are talking about 35,000 employees at Munich Airport. So our target group was in the first step, our employees, including plus all the aviation personnel, you know, the stewards, pilots, and so on. So we are talking about, I would say, probably 60,000 people in source of business. And we set up a wallet system, 10% discount, and you all received your discount. I hope that you received your discounts or your discount cards. 20% for selective VIPs or 10% for external partners. If you check that on your mobile, you see that you get 15%. That's because of me. Okay, so that's our wallet. Easy and fast customer handling. When I go to the airport, every morning I enter the parking. You see that the flags, it comes already up to my locked screen that I have a voucher on my system. Also for all the employees what we have. So they're going to be reminded every time they enter one of that spots. And then they just clicked on it, and then they have the EIN code and everything. And they do not have to open an app or type in any password. Increased loyalty and turnover. I brought you some numbers. We have active 42,000 active wallets, current. That's the number from yesterday. And we started in Q2 21. That's a massive number. Of course, we get 10%, and people want to have the 10%. In Christmas time, we get 20%. And you see that all that jumps in the end of the year. And also last year we saw that. That's because of the 20%. But we are active on more than 40,000 mobiles. This is how it looks, and that's my colleague here, David. He will show you later on what Passcreator is doing, because we are doing that in cooperation with Passcreator. So that's the tool. It's really easy to see how many active cards do I have. It's easy also to switch card content, and also it's driving sales. So you see that in combination with your analytics, what you get out of your cash system, that you have certain points, and then you also can see, okay, my campaign, what I did, push notifications and so on, they worked. This is what I already told you. So every time I go into the airport in that areas, I get the geo remember. I would say it's more a reminder that I have the voucher on my system, because most of the people, they do not know that they have that 10% or 20% discount. So we have to remind them constantly. This is also what I find out in Payback is not that good, because I have to run the app in front of the store, that I got reminded that there are maybe 20 times 20 points or whatever, that I get more. And in this system, I do not have to open anything. As well, push notifications, for instance, what we did for a campaign. This Christmas, a reminder that from now on is 20%. We switch from 10 to 20% for the employees, then a reminder 2nd of December, and so on and so on. And we can easily do that, internal handling. That's a colleague of mine, she's doing that by daily work. That's the tool. So we go in, we can switch layouts, we can switch the percentage rate, we can even do, I think with the 50% voucher, we started somewhere, I think on Friday or something, or Thursday, so we did that within minutes. So as well, internal handling, as I already told you, when we have campaigns for our employees switching from 10 to 20%, we can do that with one click. Nobody has to download anything, so we just change it. And then we change it back. And that's the most beautiful chart. Limited investment, almost no budget. So to set up, I would say 5,000 euro max. Then of course you pay the active cards, what you have in your market. But also there, David is a good colleague to meet prices. As well, of course, you have the running yearly costs for the active cards and internal handling. I would say that's, we call it in Germany, EDA-Kosten. So I didn't hire additional digital marketing manager for that. And this fulfills my list. And for us as a retailer, we want to make money, do not spend too much money. We want to remind people that they have a voucher. That's our system. Of course, we could even put more effort in. We could put it on ID, that your name is on it, and you would have to have a database, you have to have data protection, opt-in measurements. And this, we did that within 2 weeks. And it's running since that. And I tell you, we did millions of turnover just with that initiative. Thank you.
Amazing, Stefan. We will have a chat later at the panel discussion about that. And I saw Mark disagreeing a bit about the Payback stuff sometimes. Anyhow, so the most impressive thing what you guys did is, so you have 35,000 people working at the airport, and you have now out 45,000 wallets? 42. So that means you have over 100%. Yeah, I know the airline stuff and stuff, but anyhow, this is a great sign that technology, even in this diverse work environment you provide, is not a problem anymore. So you can easily train people by giving them 20% on Christmas to use digital wallets to have their ticket and have the coupon. So, and here's the guy who's responsible for the whole technology, David from Passcreator. Also sponsor, coffee break sponsor. I try to do no more mistakes on this. Sorry, Matthias, sorry, still. Anyhow, so, and he will now show us a bit how the technique behind is working, and there's something unique. May you mention it when you get the ticket for the RetailLoco? I don't know how many downloaded it, the mobile ticket, and sent it out. Bit more than 50, that's a great thing. So, and you will show us what happened, the magic behind. David, thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, well, after Stefan's talk, thank you. I'm not sure if my talk is needed at all. So thanks a lot for that. Yeah, I'm David. I'm founder and managing director of Passcreator. We are a SaaS company doing wallet passes. We are doing this for more than a decade. So we started basically when Apple started to launch Apple Wallet. We are operating multiple systems throughout the globe, satisfying different needs in terms of GDPR regulation is a lot different than when you're looking at North America, for example. We serve clients in more than 40 countries, have issued more than 50 million wallet passes since we launched Passcreator, and we try to push the limits of what you can do with wallet passes. And we are one of the most sophisticated solutions. We're still based in Munich. Our office is next to Microsoft in Parkstadt Schwabing. And our approach is as well, same thing as what Localizer mentioned, a no-code approach. So you don't need developers. You can do it in an instance, basically. And it's very easy to get started, as Stefan mentioned, and this is a prime example of how customers use our tool. These are some of our customers. I'll be talking about a couple of case studies later on. Most important ones for retail today is most likely Scotch and Soda, which we launched last year, and of course Airport Munich, and Mercedes-Benz Consulting is a big one as well. Wallet passes and apps. So there's a common misconception that we try to compete with apps. In a lot of cases in retail, actually we are living besides apps. So there's one thing is users might not like your app as much as you do. That's something that we saw throughout the years. But on the other hand, there's also, if you target frequent users of stores, there might be a reason for your app. But we see that wallet passes can enable a different target audience. Wallet passes are obviously faster. You don't need to download a lot. They work offline. You have a consistent user experience on Android and iOS at the point of sale, which is very important. It's fast and easy. You can leverage NFC wallet passes, which is not that common in Europe. I mean, FC Bayern is doing it at Allianz Arena, for example, for ticketing. We can do the same thing for everyone. And we can use location-based data to trigger push notifications, but we can also do implicit location-based enablement, which means that we use the POS data as vouchers and loyalty cards are used, and then use that to update wallet passes with personalized content. Basically, I don't need to really show that after Stefan's talk, so yes, we can do location-based notifications, which means the wallet pass shows up on your lock screen as soon as you enter a perimeter. You tap the notification, you have the pass ready right away. You flash it at the POS, done. It's pretty easy, and it's a constant reminder that people have that pass on their phone. Personalization means obviously you can add names and customer IDs and all that stuff to passes, but you can also start with non-personalized passes and then personalize them as you go, and there's a couple of different ways of doing that. One instance where it really gets interesting is if you combine NFC payment, meaning Google Pay, Apple Pay, with NFC-enabled wallet passes. In this example, it's a credit card. You pay using that credit card using Apple Pay. Same process works on Google as well. And we can recognize if you have a loyalty card that is relevant for the store where you are paying with that credit card. If you have it, we can just automatically use that card, which is on the very right. If you don't have it, a push notification will show up after payment, offering you to enroll in the loyalty program. And there's an integrated sign-up process in Apple and Google Wallet that you can use to personalize these passes, which means that you just don't have to run expensive advertising campaigns. You just offer the same payment mechanisms that you already offer. One thing that we're pushing pretty hard for the last 6 months is pass bundling, which is one example that we did for today. Is basically you can bundle tickets with vouchers, but you can also bundle offers when downloading a loyalty card initially to incentivize your customers to enroll, basically. So this is all about activation. You can bundle up to 10 offers. Another one is tourism and city marketing that we see a lot. We work with the city of Nuremberg, for example. They have what's called Quartiere, which is a mobile application or a mobile website, not an application. And you get a map, basically. You can select stores that you're interested in, and then you can download the passes that are relevant at these stores. When you visit these stores, You get the offer right on your lock screen. You can use it right away. So it's all about bridging the gap from online to offline. This is the ticketing example that I just mentioned. So if you as a retailer want to increase your reach, sponsor ticketing events. The ticketing providers need to issue tickets usually anyway, but now they can also sell that as an advertising space because they can bundle a voucher or entry ticket for FC Bayern World with the ticket for Allianz Arena, for example. So 80,000 people could theoretically automatically get a discount code to visit there after they visited the game. So it's that easy, and it's just, we have a system that can set you up in minutes, basically. And in the end, it's all about the data. We might not get as much data as when you set up an app, but it's also a different mechanism. It's a different approach. And we get a lot of data still, and it's all about turning unknown customers to known customers, which doesn't necessarily mean that you have to have names on the passes, but it does mean that you need to get insights. So who's buying what, or where do they come from? Where have they downloaded my pass? Was it on a billboard standing here at the entrance, or was it through a Facebook ad, for example? So what's my most effective communication channels? And then I can measure the conversions when they visit my store. Obviously, since we're a software provider, we're all about integration. So integrating with POS systems, with CRM systems is something that's important. Passes can continuously be updated on a personal level, obviously, like your loyalty value or the discount code, what Stefan mentioned. And yeah, that's wallet campaigns. One example, Scotch and Soda, they launched their customer card last year in July, and these are classic loyalty cards. They're integrated in their online tool, in their online portal. You can download it, and what's pretty amazing is almost half of their purchases in retail stores were identified after they launched it. So before that, they knew nothing basically, and just by issuing an anonymized wallet pass that has a unique ID on it, they knew where these customers are coming from. This is a customer from Iceland. They were doing gift cards, which is basically also about turning unknown to known customers, saving costs, enabling a system that's a lot faster and easier and agile than classic plastic cards. And yeah, we also produce less waste. Northern Territory in Australia was part of the COVID relief program of the Australian government. They had 1 week to set up a campaign to issue vouchers worth 5.2 million Australian dollars. All vouchers were claimed within the first day, and also they had a 100% redemption rate of these vouchers because they did something. The value of the voucher was quite high, but if you didn't use it within a certain amount of time, it got invalid automatically. So these were $200 vouchers each, and if you didn't claim them, if you didn't use them, they were gone. And this is one thing that we do for the second time this year. We're doing ticketing for the Oscars, which is all about personalization, obviously, and security. And we're also using NFC ticketing for that event. It's actually 2 events. It's the main award show and the after show party, the latter one being the more interesting one for us. A market outlook. Both Apple and Google are pushing heavily on making wallet an integral part of users' daily lives. So this is what we do, is all about retail, ticketing, vouchers, certain ID mechanisms, so proving who you are and how old you are maybe. But there's more. There's car keys, which is available in a couple of BMW and Ford models right now, where they usually work together with car manufacturers directly. We expect a solution for electric charging cards in the near future, and access programs as well, so use your phone to unlock your door without the need for a Bluetooth app, just by walking by in the end. And yeah, this is what Passcreator is, on what we're working on. If you got any questions, happy to answer them. Thank you.
David, thank you very much. Come on, have a short chat. Go in the middle, just go here. All right, so when we talk about activation of customers at the POS, so we have different disciplines we have to follow. And I really enjoyed the speech from you, Stefan, where you showed, okay, I have this bucket list. I just want to make sure, and I know we had the conversation 3 years or 4 years ago when you just started your activities here at the retail space at the airport of Munich. And so I just want to jump into that because this gives us a framework about how you just start those kind of projects, because right now it's very simple, it's easy to understand, but the normal way what you find in a retail environment is maybe something like somebody tried digitalization, try and error, you find multiple different systems, nobody were asking the right questions. So just from your experience, why you choose this product at the end of the day?
I mean, first of all, we were using that system because we were looking for something which costs not that much money, because marketing budget is always limited. And when I would have gone to a consultancy, they would immediately come up, but you need an app. And by the way, we have an app at the airport, but nobody is using it. Well, almost nobody is using it. So for us, it was really like, okay, what can we do to try that? And by the way, you just introduced that wallet cards was introduced in 2012. I checked my tickets this morning. The first wallet I downloaded was in 2012. So I was personally really familiar with the system. And I also drive that BMW, and I'm always surprised when my car gets open. So actually, that was the point. So we didn't have any money, so we had to be creative, and that's it. And we had that vouchers, and we wanted to digital. First, there were print, and that's Katastrophe. Yeah, because
Kettengesetz, Meldeschein, Katastrophe.
You cannot give out 40,000 and then you have one print voucher, so you have to do that constantly and every year again and again and again, and then you switch percentage rate and you have to produce another 30,000 vouchers. Doesn't make any sense.
So Matthias, in terms of activation, things are changing a bit right now. So what are the biggest developments in the advertising industry right now? So coming from this massive amount of online advertising, everybody tried it, and I think not for everybody turned out as it should. So what's the main?
Yeah, I mean, I think the one of the main problems of online advertising it's getting complexer and complexer. You have like thousands of different possibilities to advertise. You have like thousands of big players and smaller players and national players, and even you can drill it down to a very small level where you go to a local newspaper and you can advertise there. So to get it all together and to find out where are my customers and does this really matter on the local level when I want to promote my stores, my POS. I think this is one of the main things which is changing, that we have more like it's more like getting a strategic approach about. Yeah, so you see like I'm not doing Google because it's Google, and I'm not doing Meta because it's Meta, and now I'm doing TikTok because everyone is on TikTok. But you're saying like, okay, what is the goal? And in this case, the goal is to generate footfall traffic, to generate customers, to generate revenue. So you have to get solutions where you reduce this complexity and just get to these key KPIs. And there's a lot of different software applications for that and different approaches, but I think this is some kind of development because it gets faster and faster. And I even see this with this ChatGPT. I mean, this is like reducing your search algorithm. Like, just ask something, you get an answer, and not many or thousands. Yeah.
Actually, Wallet Pass is nothing else, just an advertising we had in a print magazine a couple of years ago. So with a huge difference, it pops up when it's there. You have it always with you, so it can remind you. You can transport different things. various things. You can bundle it, but at the end of the day, that's what we had in the newspaper. So we have these coupons, we have the EIN code. Now you're using NFC. Is that working well? So I don't know yet.
I mean, yeah, it does quite well. So I would say it's always depending on what you do with it. So it's the content that matters. It's using the right tool for the right purpose. So if you just want to replace a paper voucher, yeah, sure, you can do that with a wallet pass, but there's a lot more that you can do. And there's also different things that you can do with an app, and I think that's the important part to understand. You will not be able to replace the Payback app with a wallet pass, but you might be able to reach a different target group with a wallet pass, or you might not have the budget to launch an app that can do the things that they've shown. And in the end, to the point that Localizer's in, we can also use tools like Localizer or data in the back end to highly personalize the content that we deliver with wallet passes. And that's just something that was not possible to that extent with print vouchers.
Any questions from the audience? So come on, please. No? Yeah, go on. It's not on the stream, you know. Just hear the voice.
Maybe I can add something,
I have questions for you. No, it's fine.
You can ask, then I have to answer already.
Yeah, well, we do it the other way around. So you answer, and then I ask.
Just because David is, we're talking about that bundling. So when we had the first call about the bundling, that instantly came up. So that's going to be a huge opportunity for an airport, because I already asked. So who's downloading flight tickets as a wallet? And we are talking about millions of tickets downloaded just for Munich airport. If I bundle that, and even if I do not give everybody 15%, but maybe 5%, and I reach just 3% of millions, I double my turnover. That's how powerful that could be. So this is what we are looking forward, with a tiny little tool to remind people to say, yeah, I go to duty free, whatever, buy a perfume, just by reminding those people. This is what this advertising is doing, so reminding.
If you look in the future, so right now we have this code on it. We have to scan the code, so you guys have to set it up in your POS system, the discount code, because this is the non-process behind. So we are now using new technology to bridge the old system into a new one. Is it still a hassle for you, or it's just easy because of the learn process?
No, I mean, we had voucher codes before, and now we have it just digital.
Right. So David, from your point of view, what's the next step? Because are we going to have the scanner at every POS system, or is there something else coming up in the future?
You already have them.
Why they're still there? This is the reason. So okay.
No, but I mean that's just, it's just a start, but it's an easy one, because you don't need to add new hardware to start using wallet passes and updating them. So that's what Munich Airport did, right? But obviously you can also spend 100 grand on integrations and automate everything, and there's use cases to do that even with wallet passes, and we have that. But it's the range of projects that you can do with it, because yeah, it's a simple EAN code. I put that on a wallet pass and send it out to a bunch of people. So that's done in minutes, as you said. I can obviously go the extra mile and personalize everything. And also, for example, where it gets really interesting is if you have the integration with the point of sale system and can react on the purchase in real time, which is obviously always the end goal for every wallet campaign, so that you can re-enable them directly after purchase or set up workflows in the background where I say, hey Carsten, I sent you a voucher for 10% and you used it within 6 hours, so you're pretty much interested in the products that I offer.
Qualified for the next voucher?
Or less, because you would buy anyway.
So that's a point, yeah.
Yeah. So that's just the range and the different scenarios that we can support. We can either run as a standalone solution, or we can be one part of a bigger retail engagement machine, if you will.
Right. Any questions? Right. So those guys obviously need coffee. So, okay, we'll finish this round. So just add a comment for the retail and brand industry from your point of view, what the next step, what they have to think about. Pass, just yes, but just in terms of advertising, what you just want to tell them.
Yeah, I think there's one thing which never gets old, and this is becoming relevant for the customer. And I think when you are in the offline, the retail world, you are pretty relevant with your stores for customers nearby. But you have to reactivate and activate and activate them again. And I mean, it would be a cool scenario where you have like these local personalized campaigns, and then put a wallet pass and discount in it, and then you activate them with that, and then they come again because they have this in this wallet, and then you do another campaign for another product, another discount, and so you get some kind of circle. And this could be something which could be really cool, and I think this is the way to go to go to the get relevant and activate your customers and reactivate them. Yeah.
Yeah, we should talk. What do you mean? Sorry?
No, maybe bundle this?
Yeah, sure. I mean that's what we're all about, right? So we're about partnerships and integration. Passcreator as a standalone solution is pretty powerful, but where it gets really invaluable is when you bundle it with other systems. Like the example with Scotch and Soda, they have their CRM system, they have their POS system. They use the Passcreator API to pull the analytics into their data warehouse system, where they get one view to the customer, and this is what they use to combine online sales from e-commerce stores that they are running, third-party stores where they're selling their fashion stuff, and their own fashion retail brands. And now, because they bridge the gap between online and offline using wallet passes, they get the complete view, the 360-degree view on the customer.
All right. Something to add, Stefan? Kind of advice, kind of these.
Kind of advice.
Yes, why not?
From a retailer point of view. I mean,
don't destroy his business model anymore. No, it's just
I already mentioned, the power of wallets, and I think we already saw that wallet's going to be an integrated part of everybody's smartphone, whether we're talking about the ID card, opening cars, or even if we build up unmanned stores, and the door opens when you stand in front of the store with the wallet to open the door. All those developments going to be in place the next 5 years.
Cool. Thank you very much. We are ahead of the next coffee break, and I invite you all for coffee from our next sponsor, Pay with Charlie. And so we see us back in good 30 minutes with hospitality and all the things we have to learn from those guys. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
keine Idee, aber tatsächlich sind solche Sachen, also wir kennen es von Mercedes, ich war bei Mercedes-Benz Consulting, bin ich zu euch gekommen, zu Passcreator, genau, ja, und wir haben dafür verschiedene Kampagnen bei Mercedes halt auch oder was eigentlich Design ist. Mercedes genau, also da war es ganz viel Digital Signage, es waren auch mal Online-Ads, alles einfach mit QR-Code versehen. Jetzt durch Covid merken wir noch mehr Leute sind gewohnt, QR-Codes zu scannen, auch im Fernsehen auch noch mehr. QR-Code scannen, ich habe den Wallet Pass und da kann man was in der Hand, was ich nicht sehe. Also das fängt an, genau, es fängt an beim Reifenwechsel, Sicherheitsland abwarten, was weiß ich, ja, ich bin auf der Website. Ich fand das geil, die Kürze, also das ist halt, so wie ich jetzt halt euer Angebot verstanden habe, ihr könnt halt eben hergehen und sagen, wir haben die Parkplätze, wir spielen das entsprechend aus und hinten dran zieht ihr euch einfach die Voucher, die ihr das heißt, ich bin wirklich gerade, ich bin jetzt hier in die Kamera, ich stelle rein und da ist wieder was in der V-Card, da wird der Kontakt, weil wofür brauchst du das ich vorstelle, V-Card, ich dachte, das wäre jetzt nicht offen. Da hast du gleich deinen Kontakt drin. Natürlich kannst du jetzt da auch irgendwie eine Plattform anbinden oder so, du sagst, du musst jetzt hier noch deine E-Mail-Adresse eintragen, was weiß ich, aber der wäre ja schon mal allein geil für die Visitenkarte. Das haben wir auch viele Kunden, die das jetzt gemacht haben, dann für die Saison und so, ja, nach Covid, ja, alle wollen den digitalen Step gehen, klar. Ja, ich kann gerne auf meine
keine Ahnung, was ist so deutsche oder bayerische Spezialitäten von österreichischen Italien, Norditalien irgendwie so. Da wird es schon gut passen. Und für die internationale Ebene für Non-Schengen wird das Konzept irgendwann in Bavaria. Da wird es dann sehr variabel. Ja, so, da könnte ich mir schon vorstellen, weil ehrlich gesagt, der Schal, das Deko und die Tasse gehören ins Bavaria. Das ist nun mal München. Da sind wir jetzt in Bavaria, sind wir jetzt gerade dabei, da werden wir wahrscheinlich so gegen Ende des Tages die erste Nummer machen von Satelliten. Wir machen das natürlich auch, dass wir die Chinesen jetzt bekommen. Da kommen jetzt von viele, wir wissen das ja, das sind alle Sommerflugzeuge, da bekommen sie sehr viele Flugzeuge raus. Und dann werden wir auch wieder die 5 mehr machen. Da könnte ich mir vorstellen, dass man sagt, okay, da gibt es eine FC Bayern Präsentation innerhalb von Bavaria, aber die Diskussion ist halt immer, machen wir ein starkes Eingangskonzept, wir stellen das halt so hin, oder gehen wir auf die Marktmöglichkeiten sozusagen so so, da sind wir halt, hätte ich jetzt Sympathie für Bayern noch was zu machen, was dann auch die moderne ausschaut wäre zu wagen. Aber in diesem Setting, da wäre jetzt genau. Und da sind wir im Bereich Südlich, also wirklich, das sind die Stores, wo wir hinkriegen. Wie gesagt, wir haben das Gleiche mit Schnürs auch gehabt. Wir haben auch am Schnürsee, haben wir einfach diese Union Flughafen, war auch das ich glaube, keiner von uns normal wir haben den auch die haben den Duke, nicht den Schlüssel. Also den Duke, weiß ich, den habe ich auch selber gekauft bei uns. Schlüssel weiß ich nicht. Wir den letzten Mal. Es kann sein, dass wir den nicht kriegen. Aber da wäre ja prädestiniert für Mitarbeiter. Das geht nur für euren Franchise. Und naja, wenn wir müssten halt, also ihr müsstet jetzt für dieses Fall sozusagen sagen, okay, wenn ihr das zeigt, dann sagt das was, dann kriegt ihr 10%, dann habt ihr zwei Möglichkeiten. Entweder ihr nehmt auch unseren Code, und bringt den in euer Kassensystem und sagt, dieser Code zieht 10% ab, oder ihr sagt, okay, also ihr habt den Kassendienst und 10% für Mitarbeiter. Weil wenn das die Mitarbeiter wissen, ja, wir haben viele und wir steuern das aus, wir könnten auch eine Steuerkampagne machen, könnten sagen, nee, also die 42.000 Euro machen das mit die Location, das gilt jetzt auch für Mitarbeiter. Das werden wir jetzt auch für Investo machen, gilt auch fürs Airport, gilt auch für Dallmayr und Pietro, was sie noch so alles haben, das werden wir jetzt machen. Und bei Airport, also bei Investo machen wir das so, du musst eigentlich das nur zeigen sozusagen. Und die Frage ist ja, will das Unternehmen das auswerten? Willst du das auswerten, wie viele Mitarbeiter Verkäufer du hast? Und dann kannst du das einmal mit der Kassentaste auswerten. Du sagst, okay, so oft wurde die gedrückt. War bei uns am Anfang aus, so wir hatten einen Kassendruck. Problem, der Mitarbeiter sagt auch, okay, das ist total gut. Und dann haben wir gesagt, nee, wir müssen das alles gerne, nur dann geht's. Sonst geht's nicht. Hast du das nicht? Habt ihr nicht? Ja. Genau, Rabattbuttons, also das wäre die Links, aber ihr könntet ja wahrscheinlich dem Kassensystem auch sagen, wenn du den Code scannst, das kann ja der gleiche Code sein, das ist ja egal, ihr müsst ja nur sagen, das ist der Code. So, dann müsstet ihr aber zwei Sachen machen, also einmal 10% der Mitarbeiter, die alleine müsst ihr mitgehen, und zu Weihnachten 20%. Das müsst ihr natürlich diskutieren. Das ist eine Menge Geld, was da rausgeht. Eventuell, das verlage ich dir was, wenn wir 20% der Konzern zahlt uns die Hälfte des Discounts, deswegen machen wir das. Das heißt, deswegen ist auch für das gerne. Das heißt, ich muss dem Vermieter sagen, so Ja gut, aber das ist ja schon eine Zweigesellschaft. Das glaube ich auch. Aber wie lange gibt das wohl noch geben? Aber wir können gerne, also jetzt muss man sagen, ja, musst du, wir können gerne als Stürmer,
Ja, aber wir gehen da in Kontakt. Ja, ja, ich finde das sehr komplex auch. Übersicht, den Use Case mitzubringen und ich sage, das machen wir, also vielleicht machen wir das so, oder dann machen wir das seit 2 Jahren. Weiter, ich will jetzt auch nicht sagen, dass ich das auch benutzt habe. Also ich habe so das Gefühl, dass wir Logistik, es geht in der Welt, sozusagen, das bauen wir
Application noch niemand noch viel davon, weil ich habe ja riesen Gebiete, wo ich nicht sagen würde, komplette Postleitzahl. Das ist ja, gibt es ja nicht so viel. Das ist natürlich in der Innenstadt für die Retailer schon ein bisschen anders, weil der ist die 100 Meter. Ja, und wenn du jetzt sagst, du bist ja jetzt so, dann haben wir vom Apfelladen oder vom Orgeln stehen, irgendwie und irgendwie, wo soll denn das so sein und so. Da hast du natürlich schon Vorteile. Also das muss man wissen, dass diese Push-Notifications sehr kurz sind. Und dann hast du sozusagen auch Roller, du siehst dann die Roller und wenn du den gucken willst, was steckt denn drin, dann musst du oben über die Passcreator die Rückseite angucken. Die wissen gar nicht, was die Rückseite ist. Und dann stehen dann da, oben steht dann die Shops. Das ist dann normal. Für Mitarbeiter geht's und für hier jetzt Konferenz 15 und das auch, dass sozusagen, das werden wir noch feststellen, das machen wir das jetzt. Weil dann gehen wir am Info gucken. Dann gehen wir an die Kunden und dann müssen auch und dann muss das natürlich randomisiert sein. Also wir müssen nachgekauft werden. Dann hast du einen Wechsel. Im Moment haben wir nur Codes draußen raus. Der Code ist für die Veranstaltung ist der Tod, dann hast du das Ding. Und wenn man das so ein bisschen integrierter macht mit einer Einlösung, dann ist das fertig. Auch wenn man das dann wäre auch eine Passcreator, die müsste die Zusammenarbeit wesentlich
right. Good. Surprise, surprise. Let's start. So let's see. The technique, is that working? I don't know. Can somebody give me a sign? Okay. Wegen dem Stream, weißt du? Das ist wegen dem Stream. Damit der Stream noch streamt. Ja, achso, weißt du? Das ist darüber nachgedacht. Ja, wir sind ja im Hause. Deswegen kann ich immer noch schneiden, wenn ich wieder den falschen Namen sage. Ja. Okay. Stream läuft? Right, ja, nein, ja, nein. Alright. Okay. Gut. Jetzt spreche ich mal kurz Deutsch. Der Hintergrund ist A, weil ich es kann, und B, weil das nächste Thema... Das mit den Namen ist auch einfacher in Deutsch als in Englisch. Ja, Spaß beiseite. Nein, weil auch das nächste Thema sehr stark sich an den deutschen Handel, an die deutsche Gastronomie richtet und deswegen auch im Stream entsprechend ja, das so aufgezeichnet wird, dass wir das danach dann auch noch gut verwenden können, auch jetzt im Stream gut verwenden können. An der Stelle übergebe ich an unseren langjährigen Partner Dennis Kliefken. Er und die LBMA ist eigentlich nicht mehr voneinander zu trennen. Von Anfang an dabei, Gründungsmitglied, alle Aktivitäten immer mit begleitet. Ich bin sehr, sehr froh und auch sehr dankbar für deine Unterstützung über die vielen, vielen Jahre. Und du hast was ganz Tolles aufgebaut. Du hast dich sehr intensiv mit dem Thema Förderung beschäftigt, gerade jetzt nach Corona, wie man Handel und Gastronomie wieder mit Digitalisierung unterstützen kann. Und darum geht es auch in dem nächsten Vortrag und freue mich ganz herzlich, dass du heute hier bist. Lieber Dennis, deine Bühne.
Vielen Dank, Carsten. Ja, vielen Dank, Carsten. Vielen Dank auch ans Publikum und hallo an die Bildschirme. Das Programm heute, Fördermodelle auch für Franchise. Ja, warum auch für? Wir bieten viele Förderprogramme an, von der LBMA aus. Die Pandemie hat uns im Grunde genommen darauf gebracht, da mal genauer hinzuschauen und für unsere Händler und Gastronomen, die in der LBMA beheimatet sind, entsprechende Programme rauszusuchen, die dann helfen in die digitale Transformation. Die digitale Transformation, viele Händler haben heute hier schon gesprochen, wir haben einiges gehört, zum Beispiel vom Flughafen in München, der ja selber hier als Franchise-Nehmer und Betreiber von Geschäftslokalen unterwegs ist und der auch mit einer sehr einfachen Lösung, die der Stefan Köhnen vorgestellt hat, die digitale Transformation gezeigt hat, wie das funktionieren kann. Und mit einem Launch im letzten Q2, wenn ich mir es richtig gemerkt habe, also zum 1. April des letzten Jahres, des vorletzten Jahres gelauncht. Und da hat die entsprechende Technologie, die dort zum Einsatz kam, jetzt mittlerweile eine Nutzerschaft von 42.000 Usern. Und das kann sich natürlich der eine oder andere Einzelhändler auch nur wünschen. Auch in der Gastronomie, die natürlich durch die Pandemie hart getroffen war, war es wichtig, in die Digitalisierung zu helfen. Und wie wir das gemacht haben, zeige ich jetzt als erstes mal anhand eines kurzen Videos.
Freunde der digitalen Innovation, wir melden uns heute aus dem schönen Würzburg und wir befinden uns heute und hier bei der Gina Schäflein, die ein veganes und glutenfreies Restaurant betreibt. Lieber Dennis, du bist Förderberater und Strategieberater, wenn es um Digitalisierung geht. Du hast die Gina beraten. Was außer leckerem Essen dürfen wir uns heute hier bei der Gina anschauen?
Ja, vielen Dank, David. Wir schauen uns auf jeden Fall mal an, was wir in den letzten Monaten für die Gina gemacht haben, was wir hier auf die Beine gestellt haben, wie wir der Gina geholfen haben, in die digitale Transformation einzusteigen. Und dazu gehen wir am besten jetzt mal rein.
Gina Schäflein setzt bei der Digitalisierung ihres Restaurants auf bewährte Hardware aus dem Hause Microsoft und die Bechtle Markenwelt, wo sie sämtliche Hardware und auch eben Dienste, die sie für den Betrieb ihres Restaurants einsetzen möchte, erhalten kann. Hier zum Beispiel stehe ich im Wartebereich neben einem Surface Pro 8 PC, der hier als Infoterminal eingesetzt wird. Oder hier in meinen Händen halte ich das Surface Duo Business Smartphone, das hier genutzt wird, um eben das Kassensystem zu bedienen.
Ich habe es mir zur Aufgabe gemacht, veganes und glutenfreies Essen massentauglich zu machen. Mir ist es sehr wichtig, dass Menschen, die Krankheiten haben, Allergien haben oder eine andere Art der Ernährung ganz bewusst wählen, hier zu mir kommen können und das ganz entspannt tun dürfen.
Ja, was wir gesehen haben, ist, dass wir die Microsoft-Produkte, die wir über Bechtle bezogen haben, schön in den Einsatz gebracht haben hier. Wir haben gesehen, dass es möglich ist, mit dem Duo das Kassensystem zu integrieren. Wir haben gesehen, dass auch der gesamte Bestellprozess über diese Geräte abgewickelt werden von Surface. Und dass es eine Möglichkeit gibt, auch die Bewertung durchzuführen, unmittelbar nach dem Prozess des Kassierens.
Du hast dich für Microsoft Surface PCs von Bechtle entschieden. Da wäre mal interessant zu wissen, warum hast du das gemacht und wie sind so deine Erfahrungen mit den Surface PCs? Du arbeitest ja schon ein bisschen länger mit den Endgeräten.
Ja, richtig. Also angefangen hat es eigentlich mit dem Surface 7. Ein wunderbares Gerät, ist wunderbar und schnell und da fing es so bei mir an zu überlegen, wie kriege ich das Ganze digitalisiert in meinem eigenen Laden und da fand ich dann eben die Microsoft-Geräte am besten.
Wie hast du dein Team, das ja gar nicht mal so klein ist, so hinter die Ideen bekommen?
Naja, ich nehme mein Team grundsätzlich immer mit auf meine Reise, also egal in welchen Prozessen ich da vorwärts gehe und auch in der Digitalisierung habe ich das getan. Ja, und so konnte ich die natürlich begeistern und jetzt sind sie dabei und es funktioniert prima. Und wenn sie Fragen haben, kommen sie zu mir oder ich leite das eben an dann verschiedene Personen weiter, die mir dann helfen können und so funktioniert es.
So, ja, da haben wir jetzt in einem kurzen und kompakten Video gesehen, was für Digitalisierungsansätze alle gelaufen sind. Also zum einen wurde jetzt hier eine PC-Lösung aufgebaut, die im Eingangsbereich zu sehen war, wo sich die Kunden von Gina auf einen Newsletter anmelden können. Also in der Wartesituation, in der sie dann einen Tisch zugewiesen bekommen, die wird sinnvoll und effektiv genutzt, um dann dem Kunden das Angebot zu machen, sich zum Newsletter anzumelden. Wir haben dann weiterhin gesehen, wie die Servicekräfte, das Microsoft Duo, das die Gina über die Bechtle bezogen hat in unserem Förderprogramm. Mit der Bechtle arbeiten wir dort seit vielen Jahren zusammen als zuverlässiger Partner, der entsprechend auch besondere Pakete für die Kunden schnürt, die also wirklich brauchen. Zum Beispiel ist es ja in der Gastronomie wichtig, dass die Hardware auch geschützt ist und das war jetzt hier eben im Video zu sehen, dass das Ganze in einem Kensington Dock entsprechend fest installiert war, sodass es nicht geklaut werden kann. Und dann haben wir weiterhin gesehen, dass der Newsletter, der im Übrigen von Campaign Plus, einem Partner, der ebenfalls hier in diesem Programm mitwirkt, bereitgestellt wird. Auch hier sind die üblichen Service- und Lizenzgebühren über die entsprechenden Fördergelder möglich abzubilden. Wenn ich die ganze Zeit von Förderung spreche, fragen sich natürlich gerade unsere Händler und Gastronomen, was bedeutet das denn genau? Die Förderprogramme, die hier von Land und Bund angeboten werden und die auch im Anhang nochmal zu sehen sind. Ich springe da mal ganz schnell eben hin, in der Hoffnung, dass das funktioniert. Ja? Da findet man jetzt auch die entsprechenden Links zu den Förderprogrammen, die auch natürlich jetzt im Anschluss an die Veranstaltung runterladbar sind und die man sich dann auch noch dauerhaft angucken kann und wo auch die Kontaktadressen von uns entsprechend enthalten sind, wenn dann die Mitglieder und auch noch nicht Mitglieder der LBMA daran interessiert sind, sich in diesem Programm zu engagieren und zu sagen, dass die auch ein Interesse daran haben, entsprechende Programme umzusetzen. Jetzt kommen wir mal zu dem Thema der Franchise-Thematik. Die Gina hat, nachdem sie jetzt erfolgreich in ihrem Laden die Digitalisierung vorangebracht hat, und das Duo habe ich im Übrigen noch vergessen, also auch der gesamte Bestellprozess am Tisch und auch der Abwechslungsprozess der Rechnungsstellung, also die Integration in das Kassensystem, das ist alles entsprechend über diese Förderprogramme im letzten Jahr gelaufen. Wir haben hier noch die schönen Weihnachtskugeln gesehen. Das war dann also der Dreh im Dezember. Und bevor wir jetzt in das Franchise-Thema gemeinsam nochmal mit der Gina zusammen einsteigen, die ja heute auch hier ist, anders als der David, der leider krankheitsbedingt ausgefallen ist, wird jetzt nochmal ein kleines Intro gezeigt. Das haben wir in der Kochschule von der Gina gedreht, in der vorvergangenen Woche Freitag. Das zeige ich jetzt mal.
Hallo zusammen. Mein Name ist Dennis Kliefken, ich bin Geschäftsführer von der Spotilike GmbH und ich sitze heute hier in Dettelbach bei Würzburg zusammen mit der Gina Schäflein von Vrohstoff. Hallo Gina.
Hallo Dennis.
Ja, wir wollen heute gemeinsam einmal die Kochschule von der Gina besuchen. Die Gina betreibt diese Kochschule schon seit einigen Jahren und macht das Ganze hier bei Reisers Genussmanufaktur. Wir haben das Thema Franchise auf dem Programm und wollen heute auch ein bisschen erläutern, wie man in der Gastronomie mit Förderprogrammen auch das Franchise-Thema bedienen kann. Das Ganze werden wir euch gleich erläutern, aber jetzt möchte ich die Gelegenheit nutzen, noch ein bisschen was zu Ginas Kochschule zu erfahren. Gina, wie lange machst du das denn schon?
Ich mache das schon einige Jahre. 5, 6 Jahre sind sicherlich schon.
Du bietest das ja jetzt hier für Privatleute an und hast das auch auf deiner Webseite. Bietest du diese Kurse dann eigentlich auch für Firmenkunden an?
Ja, die biete ich auch für Firmenkunden an und das mache ich sogar schon sehr lange. Da ist sehr oft der gesundheitliche Aspekt eben sehr wichtig für die Firmen, um den Mitarbeitern zu zeigen und auch aufzuzeigen, was es denn noch für Möglichkeiten gibt außerhalb der Fleischküche. Und ja, da komme dann ich sehr häufig zum Zug. Die Kurse biete ich ab 12 bis 25 Personen an. Wenn die Gruppe dann größer wird, dann wird es einfach vernünftig geplant, ist auch gar kein Problem. Genau.
Das hört sich gut an.
Ja.
Prima. Wie sieht es aus mit dem Thema Vrohstoff im Franchise?
Da sind wir im Aufbau. Wir haben da schon ganz, ganz viel erarbeitet und aufgearbeitet und sind da in den Planungen drinnen. Wir werden da immer konkreter, ist am Laufen, würde ich sagen.
Dazu kann ich noch mal eine Kleinigkeit sagen. Für die Digitalisierung und die Digitalisierungsmaßnahmen, die auch im Franchise-Bereich stattfinden, gibt es auch entsprechende Förderprogramme. Auf die gehen wir beide gleich noch live näher ein. Vielen Dank.
Ja, Gina, dann schön, dass du auch auf die Bühne kommst und ein herzliches und warmes Welcome, bitte.
Hallo erstmal an alle.
Ja, toll, dass du die Zeit gefunden hast, auch noch hier live vor Ort zu sein. Wir haben vorab das Video gedreht, um sicherzustellen, dass wir zumindest die Themen platziert bekommen. Die Digitalisierung im Franchise-Bereich, ja. Ich hatte das kurz eben schon erwähnt, das sind ja 2 Sichtweisen. Zum einen die Sichtweise von dir als Franchisegeberin, da ist einiges vorbereitet worden. Wie lange hast du denn ungefähr schon dich mit dem Thema Franchise beschäftigt?
Naja, die Thematik kam eigentlich mit Corona auf. Ich hatte sehr viel Zeit und konnte ganz viel in Planungen stecken und habe da natürlich schon ganz viel erörtert, geschrieben, Handbücher erfasst, alles in Systeme gepackt. Und es wäre wahrscheinlich schon viel weiter, wenn es da schon zur Digitalisierung gekommen wäre, wenn da schon Förderprogramme da gewesen wären.
Ja,
genau.
Ich bin froh, dass du das sagst, denn das ist ja wirklich tatsächlich so, dass zum einen die Förderprogramme ja jetzt wirklich erst für das Franchise-Thema seit diesem Jahr eigentlich attraktiv sind und mit den entsprechenden Förderquoten zwischen 40% und 80% gefördert werden. Das heißt also, der Haupteinsatz kann tatsächlich durch Landes- und Bundesprogramme finanziert werden. Die Links hatte ich eben schon gezeigt, die kann ich auch noch mal eben, da können wir auch noch mal eben kurz hinspringen, damit das während des Vortrags dann auch entsprechend zu sehen ist, wenn wieder auf den Rechner umgeschaltet wird im Hintergrund. Ja, das ist wunderbar, prima. Genau, die andere Sicht ist, die Franchise-Nehmer, die möchtest du natürlich jetzt auch gewinnen. Das heißt, die Marke Vrohstoff, die du jetzt seit einigen Jahren aufgebaut hast, die zeichnet sich ja dadurch aus, dass du nicht nur vegane Kost anbietest, die genauso eigentlich schmeckt wie mit Fleisch, sondern dass das Ganze auch noch glutenfrei ist, was ja schwierig ist. Erläuter uns doch dazu mal was.
Ja, das stimmt. Also vegan und glutenfreie Küche anzubieten ist ein sehr schwieriges Feld, da 2 ganz wichtige Sachen fehlen und genau, und da habe ich schon jahrelang rumgetüftelt. Ich mache das jetzt schon im 7. Jahr und habe als gelernte Köchin gewusst, wie ich Rezepturen quasi ummodeln muss, um die vegan und glutenfrei hinzubekommen. Und die Intention dahinter war, dass man, wenn man vegan und glutenfrei zusammenfasst, einen ganzen Großteil an Allergien abfassen kann, also abfangen kann. Also 90% der Allergien kann ich mit vegan und glutenfreier Küche abfangen. Und der Hintergrund dahinter war, dass ich immer wollte, ich bin selber aus der Fleischküche und ich weiß, ich bin gelernte Köchin, ich habe immer gewusst, wie das schmecken muss. Und bin 2016 dann quasi eine entspannte Veganerin geworden, sage ich immer, weil wenn es nicht schmeckt, esse ich auch mal vegetarisch. Und ja, und so entstand in meinem Kopf die Idee, Mensch, wie kriege ich denn den Otto-Normalverbraucher dazu, zu sagen, hey komm, ich probiere das einfach mal. Und habe halt dann so lange rumgetüftelt, bis meine Gerichte dann so geschmeckt haben, dass man sagen kann, da fehlt einem nichts und es ist der Fleischküche dann nah. Und da gibt es ganz viele Möglichkeiten und Lösungen und eben auch die Möglichkeit, es zu systemisieren quasi. Ja, und das ist der Hintergrund gewesen. Ja.
Vielen Dank. Da habe ich, also auf jeden Fall habe ich in der Zusammenarbeit hier einiges gelernt und habe auch mehrfach die Gelegenheit gehabt, dann nicht nur die Süßspeisen, sondern auch die Burger zu probieren. Ich kann das bestätigen. Schmeckt hervorragend und ich freue mich, wenn dann demnächst vielleicht auch hier am Flughafen in München ein veganes und glutenfreies Angebot von Vrohstoff da ist. Ob das dann in einem Franchise-Prinzip funktioniert oder in einem Powered by, das können wir sicherlich hier im Anschluss diskutieren. Dafür sind wir ja bekannt hier als LBMA, als Networker und da meint das Networking natürlich nicht nur nett miteinander zu sein, sondern auch tatsächlich nett miteinander zu wirken. Und ja, die Links stehen jetzt hier noch. Ich habe 2 Folien, die ich gerne noch zeigen möchte. Einmal zu dem Thema der Förderprogramme. Da gilt der besondere Dank an die Bechtle, die dann sehr, sehr lange schon mit uns zusammenarbeitet und in den letzten 2 Jahren halt die Förderprogramme begleitet hat. Hier werden halt Hardware, IT-Lösungen, ja, Cloud-Lösungen, Softwarelösungen sowie auch IT-Services rundherum angeboten. Die Pakete werden tatsächlich auch spezifisch für die Gastronomie beispielsweise konzeptioniert und dann eben auch über entsprechend passende Förderprogramme den Kunden angeboten. Da gilt mein besonderer Dank und wir haben hier natürlich, was die Produktlandschaft anbelangt, auch nochmal ein bisschen was aufgebaut. Das kann man sich dann im Anschluss nochmal über die entsprechenden Download-Links ansehen und vor allen Dingen auch nutzen, weil in dieser Zusammenarbeit bietet die Bechtle halt eine 4-wöchige Testphase an. Das ist, glaube ich, einzigartig in Deutschland, dass man eine Technologie 4 Wochen zur Verfügung gestellt bekommt, ohne dann verbindlich die entsprechend zu ordern. Das heißt, wenn man sich dann dagegen entscheidet, kann man die einfach wieder zurückgeben. Bin aber sicher, dass mit den Lösungen von uns, von der LBMA und den übrigen Dingen das nicht passieren wird. Und möchte noch schließen mit einem kurzen Video von dir, liebe Gina, denn wir haben auch noch ein Thema und das ist das Thema Kochschule. Wir hatten das Ganze ja in der Kochschule bei dir aufgenommen und auch ebenfalls für Digitalprogramme ein förderfähiges Thema ist, so vernünftige Videos platzieren zu lassen, wenn sie denn laufen. Ne? Das Video war natürlich von vornherein mit Ton und allem, was dazugehört, aufgenommen. Wir hatten, glaube ich, hier nur Startschwierigkeiten und auch die Produktion von solchen digitalen Videos, beispielsweise auch ein digitaler Kochkurs, den wir dann jetzt künftig mit der Gina umsetzen werden, ist Bestandteil der Förderprogramme und deswegen haben wir dieses Teaser-Video, was jetzt für die Website gedacht ist und was erstmal für die B2C-Adressierung gedacht ist, das heißt zur Kundengewinnung, dass die Kochkurse von der Gina auch besucht werden. Dennoch möchte ich gleich im Anschluss noch kurz mit dir drüber reden, weil wir heute natürlich hier im Publikum viele B2C-Kunden haben, was das noch auf sich hat mit dem B2C-Thema.
Herzlich willkommen, meine lieben Freunde der veganen und glutenfreien Küche. Du interessierst dich für das Thema vegane Küche leicht gekocht, aber wie? Dann bist du hier genau richtig. Wahrscheinlich, weil du dich sehr für diese Form der Küche interessierst und in eine gesündere Ernährungsform einsteigen möchtest. Weil du wissen möchtest, wie man tierische Produkte durch pflanzliche Produkte ersetzt. Vielleicht willst du dich fitter und wacher fühlen. Dir fehlen die Rezeptideen, wie du kinderleicht und in kürzester Zeit einfach schnell und lecker vegan und glutenfrei kochen kannst. Oder du hast einfach nicht das nötige Fachwissen, um es zu Hause umzusetzen. Ich bin seit über 7 Jahren eine vegane und glutenfreie Köchin und habe mich auf dem Gebiet allergenarmes Kochen spezialisiert. In meiner langen Laufbahn als Köchin habe ich viele Erfahrungswerte und Lehre sammeln dürfen, die ich in meinen Kochkursen für euch aufbereitet habe. Es gibt sehr viele Rezepturen aus meiner Hand, von denen du profitieren kannst. Es ist mir gelungen, einen Kochkurs zu kreieren, in dem du in wenigen Stunden lernen kannst, wie du zu Hause deine Küche auf neue Füße stellen kannst und fantastische Menüs für dich und deine Familie zubereiten kannst. Ich habe mich darauf spezialisiert, Menschen mit gesundheitlichen Einschränkungen zu helfen, ein gesünderes und sorgenfreies Leben zu führen, ohne sich zu viel Gedanken ums Kochen machen zu müssen. Es gibt etliche Methoden, die dir hier helfen können und ich habe die besten für dich ausgearbeitet. Deshalb bist du hier genau richtig, denn ich wäre nicht Gina vom Vrohstoff, wenn ich dir hier keine Lösung anbieten könnte, die erprobt ist, zu der ich stehe und die wirklich funktioniert. Ich lade dich deshalb herzlich ein, meinen Kochkurs Vegane Küche leicht gekocht zu besuchen. Buch dir jetzt einen Platz, such dir einen passenden Termin aus. Dann sehen wir uns. Ich freue mich auf dich. Deine Gina.
Ja, vielen Dank. Ja, und das ist eben möglich tatsächlich mit Digitalisierungsprogrammen, dass man das bezahlt bekommt, das Konzept dazu, dass man das dann auch auf seine Webseite nehmen kann und damit dann auch die Kurse ausverkaufen kann. Ne? Ich glaube, die nächsten 3 sind schon ausverkauft. Ja. Gratuliere dazu. Ja. Genau. Kommen wir nochmal zu dem B2C-Thema, was das Thema Kochschule anbelangt. Da sind 2 Ideen auch gekommen, auch im Rahmen der digitalen Beratung, denn auch das ist Bestandteil von Förderprogrammen, dass man also Berater engagiert und die sich dann eventuell mal Konzepte überlegen, die auch funktionieren können. Und ein Konzept ist es, dass dann tatsächlich für Firmen ein eigener Kochkurs angeboten wird für die Köche. Was hat es denn damit auf sich, dass du die Köche von Firmen schulen kannst?
Was hat es damit auf sich? Also eigentlich ist es so, dass wir in unserer Ausbildung als Koch, Köchin keinerlei Schulungen bekommen, wenn es um Krankheiten geht oder Allergene gibt. Es gibt lediglich ein paar Stunden im Diätassistent, der aber nicht mal im Ansatz das abdeckt, was ich da jetzt gerade mache. Und in meinen Kochkursen kommen sehr oft auch Köche und wollen von mir lernen. Und so entstand irgendwann die Idee zu sagen, warum schule ich nicht die Köche dort oder vor Ort? Und so kam das eigentlich zustande. Genau.
Super Idee. Auch hier adressiere ich mal an das B2C-Publikum heute. Es ist auch möglich, tatsächlich diese Kurse zu buchen, für die Firmen wahrzunehmen. Die Gina kommt dann auch sozusagen vor Ort hin, kann das Ganze aber auch digital anbieten. Und eine zweite Idee, die auch daraus entstanden ist nicht die einzige, aber eine zweite, die ich gerne noch entsprechend platzieren möchte, ist die, dass man dann auch tatsächlich die Mitarbeiter zu Events einlädt und dann also die Kochschule von der Gina besucht und dann kann praktisch die Firma auch hier so ein Event, so ein Team-Event, so eine Team-Building-Maßnahme buchen und dabei gleichzeitig erlernen, was das mit der veganen Küche und gesunder Ernährung auf sich hat. Und wenn ich mir überlege, da referenziere ich jetzt nochmal auf den Flughafen München und den Stefan, der dazu was gesagt hat, wenn hier 35.000 Mitarbeiter, die hier am Flughafen wirken, wenn die ein bisschen sensibilisiert werden zum Thema gesunde Ernährung, es geht da gar nicht um das Thema vegan und in eine Ecke zu stellen, dann ist es, glaube ich, genauso wichtig und richtig, diese Schritte zu gehen, wie grundsätzlich auch in der Innovation. Ich habe mich die ganze Zeit gefragt, hier unten am Boden, die Zuschauer hier sehen, das ist ja das MISH, wo wir heute sind, ne? Das der Informations-Security Hub vom Flughafen München, die Location, wo wir heute hier sind. Ich habe eigentlich gedacht, Metaverse is here, dass das dafür da steht. Und bedanke mich ganz herzlich für die Aufmerksamkeit und vor allen Dingen bei der Gina. Und für Fragen stehen wir natürlich hier auch zur Verfügung. Vielen Dank.
Vielen Dank.
Gut, lieben Dank.
Deine Bühne.
Ja, nicht meine Bühne. Diese Covid-Nummer hat auch uns erwischt, weil der nächste Referent zum Thema Hospitality, nämlich Dr. Volker Gläser von der Metro, es leider nicht geschafft hat und das nicht krankheitsbedingt, sondern eher aus dem Grund, weil der Vorstand gerufen hat. Und deshalb kurzfristig ein Termin eingesammelt ist. Aber ich habe so ein Zoom aufgemacht und wenn das alles funktioniert, dann haben wir ihn jetzt gleich in der Leitung. Also gib mir eine Sekunde. Ein paar technische Herausforderungen. Nach Covid muss ich was gelernt haben. Okay, super. Okay, Dr. Volker Gläser, leider heute nicht persönlich vor Ort, deswegen per Zoom dazugeschaltet. Also in dem Fall ist es LinkedIn, aber hat auch super funktioniert. Und ja. Ich freue mich, dass du heute da bist und uns ein bisschen erzählst, was die Metro denn macht in dem Umfeld Hospitality. Wir hatten gerade schon einen tollen Vortrag vom Vrohstoff. And we want to switch into English because it's an international panel. It's just the audience also, most of them international, and that's great. So Volker, very warm welcome. What are you doing at the Metro Hospitality Digital?
Yeah, so first of all, thanks, Carsten, for having me. Great to be around. So Metro is the world's #2 food wholesaler, actually. So we have, as you probably know, very much focused on the HoReCa industry, so hotels, restaurants, and the catering industry. And we've set up Hospitality Digital, which I'm running as one digital arm of Metro, specifically serving the restaurant industry. So Carsten, quick one, can I share, or do you want me to share just a 2-3 slider here that we exchanged ahead of the meeting?
Absolutely, just share it. If it's working, great, perfect.
Yeah, so let me see. We have most probably some restrictions here with respect to LinkedIn. Let me just see. I think it makes sense that I give you a quick overview of what we're doing, how we're doing, because I believe most of the attendants of this round today wouldn't expect Metro to do all of this. And the thing is, Carsten, I cannot share from this LinkedIn tool here. So what I can do.
Permission to share the screen. So finally, we lost the voice too. All right. Well, so go. Oh, he left. Maybe he's coming back. Let's see. Or sent me a different link. Possible. Try this. Ja, das ist auch mal was Neues, ja. Das ist richtig. Das ist sogar anstandslos, ne? Der Ton ging jetzt super.
Okay, guys, so unfortunately then Zoom is not working. This LinkedIn thingy doesn't pull the slides up, so let me just then do it without, okay? Is that fine with you guys?
Yeah, I will share the slides we had before, just with the audience later then, yeah?
Okay, so then let me talk about actually the way we are transforming actually the HoReCa industry. So HoReCa stands for roughly 70% of the Metro turnover. So it's a big segment, and you wouldn't, immediately think of the gastronomy sector when you're talking retail. But think about it. I mean, there is a direct touch point of technology, be it a POS system, be it a booking system, be it a simple website, be it a pickup and delivery service with diners, so guests in the restaurants. We have created actually the largest B2B digital ecosystem for the HoReCa industry in the world. So we are connecting 290,000 at this point in time restaurants across 16 markets. And we have provided the market with some key applications like a table booking service, like a pickup and delivery platform, like a shift planner. So this is, of course, helping transform the HoReCa industry big time. And certainly I would see two categories, pre-pandemic and post-pandemic. And I think the pandemic has been a massive booster for the industry. And I think we all need to, if we want to reach out to this industry, we need to think, how the restaurateur guest relationship is changing dramatically, actually dramatically fast. So you want to use a QR code to order when you enter a restaurant. It may be full, it would actually require some time for a waiter to reach your table. So you want to order swiftly. So give a QR code to your guests if you're running a restaurant. The next one would be pay by QR code by the table. So we all know this, right? You're in the restaurant, you're waiting, so it's busy, and it will take some time for a waiter to reach you, but you need to go, so pay using the QR code on the table. So this industry is transforming at enormous pace. As Hospitality Digital, we are trying to help the industry become more digital, create completely new restaurant customer experiences. And we have been doing this over the last 5 years. So we have seen it everything from a very, let's say, under-digitized industry to a, let's say, so-so digitized industry during the pandemic, which is now catching up. And one focus for us certainly is the POS, or the point of sale system landscape. We have acquired a company called in the Netherlands. It's a market leader there, and we are now rolling POS systems in the cloud out to the restaurants, to the 300,000 restaurants connected with us in 16 markets. So I think we are at the brink of a revolution in the restaurant industry. It's happening at enormous pace for this industry, which again, 2 or 3 years back, I would have, under-digitized, right? So we are seeing fantastic opportunities for companies really thinking about the transformation of the sector, be it payment. So better think about solutions to have your guests in the restaurant pay with crypto. Think about it. If you don't, you might be out on a huge opportunity going forward. Think about new customer experiences, order by QR code, pay by QR code. So this is what we are already seeing in some advanced markets in Northern Europe, Asia. This is now coming to Europe. It's certainly being, it's growing, being established in the US. And we are pretty bullish when it comes to this, really transforming this touch points to customers, touch points to guests in the restaurant. The restaurant industry is super dynamic. It's very creative, and we are just happy to be around and to help shape this industry into the future as well. So far from my end, Carsten. And really sorry I can't be there in person today.
Actually, no problem. And sorry for the technical issues we are facing. But this is still the first conference after COVID, so we are trying to catch up as the restaurant industry is doing that. It is not the truth that the restaurant industry is behind the digitalization. I had this great conversation with Stefan from the airport of Munich in front of our conference here. And if you look at the fast food chains like McDonald's, we also have attendees from McDonald's here. So those guys, they show what's possible. So they are in the location-based atmosphere since decades. So they tried out testing things like delivery to the table, so they know the location, all those kind of things. Anyhow, so it's keeping up, and different variations and different developments in the industry are visible. So, and you mentioned already the payment process. So we had a lot of discussion today about checking in. So payment is just actually the checkout process at the end of the process. What you do, just turn it into the check-in process. Immediately order before, pay before. Don't have to be. You don't have to think which payment method will be accepted. You don't have to stand in line, wait for things like that. So it makes 100% sense. But we have to, and this is also what we learned today. We have to educate our customers. And a great example from today, you couldn't join, but anyway, was shared, is the Passcreator. So passes on your wallet, on your phone. So you can use these passes for couponing, you can use those passes for advertising things, and it's more or less easy to install for everybody. So anyhow, so there's a lot to do. I'm super happy to have you as part of the LBMA and helping support us with your knowledge. And obviously, you left. No, you're still there.
No, I'm back. I'm back. No, this is the
all right.
Internet coverage in Germany, okay?
All right. Okay, thank you very much. Great to have you with us. Next time we will have an in-person conversation about that. Thank you very much for sharing this. And just give me
Carsten, one point.
Yes, please.
I would like to make one point because it's we're on the same page here. I'm not saying the industry is behind. It was behind, right? I think we are all in agreement here. It's catching up at enormous pace. And we are seeing fantastic opportunities for startups and for companies like we are. Sorry. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Thank you for having me.
Just one last number, just to make all the folks just visible how big you are. How many restaurants are using your system, your ordering system from Metro right now over the country? I saw this massive number. Was that 200 whatever thousand?
Yeah, it's 290,000. So that's a really big number. They're using our system under our core digital brand, which is dish.co. 290,000 makes it probably, if you look at the geographies we are serving, 16 different ones. The largest, HoReCa platform for professionals and for end customers in the world. So it's fun to grow this and to see how this industry is becoming more and more digital, and we are around. We are very happy about that. We are very happy and humble at the same time.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate. See you next time in person, Dr. Volker Gläser. So this is your applause. Come on, guys.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
That was fun. Thank you.
Okay, you want me to log out?
Yeah, I'm just throw you out, leave. Bye. He's gone. Amazing. Okay, guys. So, did you talk to him before, Nicole, about the payment stuff? Or was it just common sense? All right, come on stage. Show what you want to share with us. Pay by Charlie. The last slides. Just enter this. Nicole Groß, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for supporting coffee and things like that. So here we go. Your presentation. Here we go. Should work. Is it good?
Okay. Yes, it's good. Thank you. So it's called Pay with Charlie. Yes. Okay. So thank you very much for having me here. I think we met 2.5 weeks ago, so that I came to this conference, and I just want to give you a smart look what Dr. Gläser just showed. The important movement also here in Europe to change payment acceptance, because Asian is doing it already lot of times, a lot of years ago, that they're paying with their smartphone via QR code. And actually I was wondering why we are doing it not here in Germany or in Europe. So let me introduce you. So who we are a startup from Berlin. The company called Sieb Zahlungssysteme. We started with as a normal commercial payment service provider. So we are renting car terminal to merchants. That was our business, and we were listening to our merchants, and the merchant was saying, oh, the car terminal is broke down, the connection was gone, all the paper receipt was mixed up, and I was actually worried that we couldn't offer them a solution without any hardware. So we thought about it when other big companies who are doing payment services like we do in the business of mergers, so we developed innovation payments, and I looked through the solution that we have also easy way also in Europe to offer QR code payment with the payment methods what we have here. And in this story, I will tell you also who is Charlie. So we really digitalized a car terminal to a climate-friendly QR code, and this without every benefits what a QR code brings. So we don't need to bring all the car terminals from Asia to all over the world. These are around 90 million a year. And so some people are actually wondering how we do it, and the QR code you can put everywhere and give to everywhere. So how it works, I will show you now in the video.
Easy contactless payment via QR code without a payment terminal. You know what your customers want. Because you run your business professionally, everything is fine until your customer wants to pay. Once again, the terminal doesn't work. Suddenly the battery runs low, or the entire terminal is not working. And once more the connection is gone. Not anymore. These days are over now. With Pay with Charlie, you simply pay via QR code, without a card reader. And it's climate friendly, and really cheap too, without any monthly fees. You can serve and check out your customers in a relaxed way. The Pay with Charlie QR code can be used anywhere, contactless and hygienic. This is Pay with Charlie. Get your individual QR code for your business now. Take a look at paywithcharlie.com.
Yeah, so the USP of Pay with Charlie is that for the end customer, for the app, we have a native app with Pay with Charlie. It's very safe, but the end customer, for using Pay with Charlie, to pay with it, they don't have to register. So they don't have to give their mail address, they don't have to enter a payment card, credentials from a credit card. So we have in Pay with Charlie device recognition. We check when you want to open the Pay with Charlie app what payment you have: Apple Pay, Google Pay, PayPal, paying with phone bill, and also like in Switzerland they pay with Twint. We have integrated everything. And so that is the focus of Pay with Charlie, offering as lot of payment methods what's possible. So just to remind you, Pay with Charlie is not a payment app, it's really a digital terminal. What makes it easy to pay via QR code, and we add another payment methods like Gyro Pay for Belgium, Bank Contact for Netherlands, Ideal for Poland, Bilk, so that everybody can pay with it. And additionally, in the payment process, we added value services like the digital payment receipt from the till. We have smart couponing. Why it is smart, I will tell you later. We have age verification. We have Pay with Charlie at vending machines, also at tobacco vending machines, so we check the age before you can get your cigarettes out of the tobacco machines. And we have product placement that I will also tell you later. So, and another benefits for merchants and for the end users, these are here on the chart. We have, so Pay with Charlie is already in 8 languages, so the language of the smartphone decided how Pay with Charlie talks to you. We have all the different, as I said, payment methods available, and for the merchant it's smart like a card terminal, but smarter because you have all your transactions in real time on your desktop, on your phone, as you want to view it. You don't, for the merchant, you don't need any hardware anymore, also not a printer. Just before you mentioned McDonald's is very further in serving the customer. They have this big kiosk system, it's called, but they're still using a card terminal and a printer. So actually it's not necessary. We show a QR code on the screen and the person can directly pay with Pay with Charlie, and you get the order coupon directly on the phone. So we have set up the Pay with Charlie app for the end users always in 3 steps. So the first step is always scan the QR code. The second step is confirm the amount what you get from the till or from the vending machine or from an invoice. For example, we can you can put the QR code in the invoice with an amount in the QR code. And the third step is always select your payment methods. And so for the merchant, he has, as I mentioned, all his transaction real time to view. And here he can add, he can select also additional QR codes, like when we talked about restaurants. Each waiter can have his own QR code. He can now then divided his tip. He can get extra money on his QR code. So also we can have, when you have an invoice with Pay with Charlie QR code, you can add some additional information about order numbers into the Pay with Charlie app payment services. What we have done is that Pay with Charlie is not only for one branch, like you have at gas stations, apps like Philibri or Ride for mineral oil stations, or you have for supermarkets, you have Lidl app, you have Rewe app, you have Edeka app. For each of these apps you have to register. Pay with Charlie can be all over, and we are right now starting the rollout process. So you see here the use cases where we have set up already the Pay with Charlie solution. When you have a look at car washing stations, here you have in the step 2 for the end customers, there you can collect all the washing program from each different washing station where you can wash your car. And that is actually a fully thought of payment methods where we have to do the payment and the ordering connection directly together. And to add this topic of this conference here, and we can do really additional easy marketing campaigns. We have connected smart couponing. So why smart? Because Pay with Charlie reminds you when you have a coupon from the shop, you can also collect the coupons with Pay with Charlie QR codes in the shop. And when you go to the till, you can select your coupons, what you want to have to order. We have connected it here to the ski resorts. Also there you can use Pay with Charlie very easily. So you need no no hardware, and can do also the couponing solutions. And what is really a smart solution also with Pay with Charlie is the product placement. Here in the solution at vending machines. So we are talking with partners like product partners who have their product in the vending machines, like Red Bull. So before you order your drink at the vending machine, you push the button with the numbers what you collected when you want to have a drink. There you get the full screen advertising product placement in the smartphone of the customer. So, and this we can do, then track, also do profiles. If customers really choose then the product at the vending machines, what they had the advertising before. So for example, people go to vending machines, want to have a Coca-Cola Light. They scan the QR code, get a full screen product placement on their smartphone of Red Bull, and then we would like to know if they choose after this this full screen product placement at the end on the vending machine, and they decide for a cold Red Bull drink. So this is what we have done. We are now, we see also a really big potential. We would like to bring Pay with Charlie all over the shops, in the branches, in the gastronomy, at the gas stations, all over. We have a really simple solution also at AV charging solutions, that you can charge your car with Pay with Charlie. And so we have a big focus on the Euroshop in Düsseldorf end of this month. And maybe it's also something for you. Let's think about it. I think Pay with Charlie is a really easygoing cashless payment solution. And when you ask now, why Charlie? So when we thought about a great name for payment solutions, we found it should be as easy like Siri and Alexa. And I always say, that the Charlie has a relationship with Siri and Alexa and can't decide. But when we say, Alexa, buy the shoes, pay with Charlie, then we have done everything right. Thank you very much.
Great, Nicole. Thank you very much. So Patrick, come with me. Just sit down, have a short conversation. Like kind of panel. So thank you very much, please. Have a seat. So first of all, thank you very much. And you see it's getting easier and easier every year. So our payment processes, check-in, check-out processes, Passcreator, all the developments also in the Payback application. You can see there's a lot of development in the market, and it's mostly about the customer. It's make it more seamless. And this is also the reason I invited Patrick today to join us for a panel about hospitality and destination marketing. He's with a skiing area, Zell am See Kaprun. Somebody been there before? Yeah. So, wow. So you had an amazing winter. I think that's a good start. And I just want to ask you, what are you directly doing in the skiing area, and what are your responsibilities at Zell am See Kaprun? May you could share this one.
Yeah, thanks Carsten for having me. Really glad to be here. Yeah, as you said, we are all year round destination. Zell am See Kaprun. It's like 2.5 hour drive or train ride from Munich. And in winter we operate 2 ski resorts. One is a glacier ski resort called Kitzsteinhorn, and the other ski resort is called Schmittenhöhe, and overall the ski area covers more than 400 kilometers of slope, so it's pretty big and diverse in its offering. And my role there is head of marketing, so I lead a team of marketing experts, and we are very much focused on digital topics.
Right. So what directly are doing? What are you doing for marketing activities to bring people to the resort? / what are the biggest tasks you're working on?
I mean, you just said bringing to the resort. I think many destinations they often tend to look on branding aspects and aspects of just bringing guests to resorts. So what is differentiating us, I think, in general, is that we try to cover the entire customer journey from a destination perspective. So not just advertising or branding to guests, but thinking about also their digital and physical experience at the destination, and also focusing on guest retention afterwards.
All right. So therefore you need data, is that right? So what kind of data you are able to access right now, and what is that? Because I have no clue. You have the skiing pass, or in the summer maybe the Meldebescheinigung. I think that was the German word we used today a couple of times.
I mean, data sources in general, so tickets in general, or I would say ski passes, are really valuable data source. We have ski passes in winter, and we have in summer a product called the Summer Card, which is included by most of our accommodation providers. And with that card, basically, from your first overnight, you receive a lot of free services, such as cable car rides, entrance to Lidos, public transport is also included. And that ski pass and also that summer card in summer is a really valuable source to learn more about guests, their spending in the destination, the experience they are having, they are choosing. And it's a bit like more than the actual registration of guests, which is required by law. That is done by us, but afterwards they can register basically for either the summer card, or they can buy a ski pass via our digital channels.
So this is kind of a sales funnel. You drive through the visitors and say, right, so now you're here, you buy something, you have this day pass, so you can sign in for a newsletter, all those kind of activities. Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, totally. So it's really focused on providing a benefit and getting user to register. we currently do a lot of initiatives, be it CRM or increasing user or guest experience, and yeah, I think there it's important to provide value at first, which we are doing by offering free services such as free public transport. So you can check in your hotel, you receive an email from us, do you want to have free public transport in the area? So just register at our app, create a user account, and then you can just go and hop on the train or hop on a bus in the area and use it digitally via our Zell app. And yeah, it worked out pretty well. I mean, right now we have an app, the Zell app, which offers all those cards, and that has been downloaded more than 150,000 times already. So working pretty well when you provide a benefit in the first place.
Right, so I see Nicole, 150, well, 75 or?
150,000.
150,000 app downloads. Okay, so that maybe you both have to team up and think about the payment process in the skiing areas and the region. And this is obviously also Dennis mentioned before. So I think the last combining thing in all region is at the end of the day we have to pay something. Yeah, there's always this need, okay, or the pain, depends on the process, to pay for service, and that can be a great experience or the opposite. So are you doing similar? Yeah, you have ideas to bring that together in the payment process. Say, all right, so you can buy your skiing pass and then also rent the skis, and also what I have the entrance for a festival or whatever. So combining tickets via one source, is that what you're working on?
Yeah, that's totally right. I mean, it's all about convenience, right? So in general, right now, if you book a hotel room, you need to give the information. What is your name? What is your address? What is your payment information? And basically what you need to do is the same thing at ski rental, the same thing at ski instructors. So that is kind of a hassle. We try to break the process down, so we operate our own hotel booking platform, which is working really well. And from that part, what we are offering from next winter season is to include ski passes, which can be already booked online, but not with the same user account. And then the next step is in 2024 and 5, we extend it to ski rentals and ski instructors locally. But that is important to have one user account. So the user account of Zell of the destination should be kind of a gatekeeper. So really focusing that every guest in the destination can be addressed by us as an organization, and for the user just to provide that kind of experience and convenience.
So maybe hand over to Nicole. So I just want to ask you, as a service with the payment method, scanning something, is that an idea? Because I saw all these great examples how I can pay. This combining in one region should be awesome. Just everybody has this one single QR code, and you can have your bonus card or a ski pass on it.
Yes, this is actually what's our plan. We were really wondering why it happens not in Europe. There are single solutions like in Switzerland. They have Twint, and this is actually the proof of concept that it works very, very well, that the end customer using their own smartphone to paying cashless, and the merchants just have, or the POS places just have this QR code. And that actually we want to get through that the end customer doesn't need to each solution, so he needs not the Kaprun app, the Zell app, different apps to pay in these areas, so that they can pay all over, and also to make it easier for a foreign skier. When they come to your ski resort, they can pay directly also with their smartphone in their language. That makes Pay with Charlie possible. So I think with this solution, we have developed something what makes payment for the end customer easier, and also they decide which payment method they prefer. If they pay with a MasterCard, with their Apple Wallet, or maybe older people, they're paying then with their smartphone bill. because they don't have a wallet on their smartphones, so that we make everything possible. And we can then offer much more places to pay cashless. When you think about where you could offer some drinks or something to eat, or just some winter gloves because you lost yours, you can directly just have a box there to have your offer. You just stick a QR code, and on a trust shop, how we call it, you can sell something without any person who is at the place to sell. So an unattended shop you can easily set up with Pay with Charlie.
Well, I think that's a big challenge for a region. So you have this peak seasons, high seasons, a lot of cashiers around. Everybody needs a new terminal if they want to provide payment through cards or something like that. So this is an up and down. You have to have the hardware, we have to have the software license, all those things. So maybe this we can balance out. But I just want to jump back one step into the question of the shareholders in these regions. So obviously, if you're Zell am See Kaprun, you're one of the biggest brands in the Alps, so well known, and but you're still running a small community. It's a small village at the end of the day. You have your baker, you have your local shops and things like that. Is that easy to influence them or to digitalize them, or is that still, oh yeah, what we're gonna do? So maybe it's direction, Patrick.
Yeah, I mean that is what is really different to compared to US resorts or resorts operated by larger groups. So normally they provide everything. They provide the entire infrastructure, and here in Europe it's kind of different, as there are really a lot of SMEs working on that value chain, and bringing them together is really important, but it's hard.
So who is the most important person to talk or to influence for digitalization? Is that the gondoler, the skiing resort? No, sorry, what was that? Seilbahn? So jetzt habe ich auch ein deutsches Wort.
Cable car operators.
Cable car providers. Are they powerful enough?
Yeah, I think when it comes to digital projects or projects in general that include kind of broad stakeholders in it, it's important to get a critical mass, to just provide them with facts, with benefits. And I think for us it has been important through that entire process to just motivate the main entrepreneurs in the area, and those are, as you said, cable car operators are important, and providers of large accommodation companies, but also like sports shops, and yeah, it's hard because it's kind of that network that you need, and you need both sides. You need the customer to you download your solution to sign up, but on the other side you also need, from an e-commerce perspective, you also need a lot of offerings on your platform. So for that you need a critical mass and the main players in the region.
Right. So what are the next steps if we're talking about advertisements, those regions? So what are your experiences? What has to be done and understand by every region at the end of the day?
I mean, everyone has to be, I think, aware of customer experience. So as I said in the beginning, often destinations just focus on branding and creating a first contact or creating a brand image. But what is really more important for every stakeholder in the region is to focus more on creating customer value, and with that comes retention, and with that comes also value add for the travel industry in the area.
All right. What would you never do again in the marketing experience in the past?
I mean, I think I'm a big fan of trial and error, of failing. So there's nothing specific I would not do. In general, I think we haven't understand yet what really remote work means for the travel industry. I think that will be impacted heavily. I mean, it's easier to just book a weekend trip, spend your Thursday or Friday in a ski resort, doing some, some skiing in the morning, and then getting on your remote office, working. And that is a big trend which hasn't been really anticipated entirely, and I think which I also underestimated in the first place.
Great. Nicole, also for you, the last word of the day one of the conference, just your recommendation to the market, what do you expect, what do you want, if you have a wish free, do it.
So what we want, so actually that the retail business just getting started to integrate the QR code payment at their till places, at the POS places, also as fallback solution for the hardware, because last May it was breakdown here, or everything broke down with the terminals. Big retailers could not more accept cashless payments, and it was really a pain. And there we see that we stick at hardware devices where we are depending from, and this with Pay with Charlie, we will do the payment easier, the communication with the customer easier. We want to do easy marketing, and we will connect everything that the benefit has the end users, and it's really an experience to go shopping in your places, to have a nice dinner in your places, and that the payment and everything what comes with it is just something what is not so important. It's just a case what easily goes with their smartphone, and that is focus where what we want to reach. And we hope this year we will find big partners who just getting started with digitalization of payment also here in Europe.
All right, so you're in the right place. Thank you very much. And now the unexpected happened. We are on time in our schedule. Did somebody expect that? At the beginning of the day, honestly? We did. So that was an amazing day one of our RetailLoco conference here in Europe. So sometimes I missed the right name. Sorry for that again. I will dream about that. But if we see what we learned through the whole day, and in terms of technology, in terms of where the industry is now, and maybe it's kind of similar what we had been in 2019, 2018, depends on the business model, but we are still developing new features. It's more and more common sense for our customers and partners to use digitalization, and the airport of Munich with 45,000 wallets out there and having 35,000 employees. I know the plane staff is also there. Anyhow, but these are great numbers. It's a huge success, and I think we started with negative news this morning to just warm you up and wake you up. And now after the day, I think we're on a good way, but we have to work as a group on it to understand each other better. And you're invited to share your experience through our Best Retail Cases platform, share your experiences with us together, go to North America, visit the Mall of America, go to Atlanta in October to Coca-Cola or the Path. And so just let us be part of your journey. We are here, we are back as an association, we are back, it's good to have you. And finally, the most important thing of the day, we provide a small party, Bavarian party in the front, so you're invited to have a drink, networking, band is playing at 5:30, so they're just building up now. So thank you very much for being here, thank you very much for being with the LBMA. It's a pleasure, it's the second goosebump moment in my day. Thank you.